Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Game 2 of the series between the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and Wild Health Genomes, just about 10 minutes away as Southern Maryland looks for back-to-back wins and a series win over Kentucky to get back on the right track after a couple of tough games against the Gastonia Honey Hunters. Austin Rooney, happy to have you with us. We're going to break down the pitching matchup in just a couple of moments as Eli Villanueva goes up against the Blue Crabs starter Alex Marathi. But first, we had a chance to catch up with Ray Ortega, the Blue Crabs hitting coach. Let's take a listen to that. And the Wild Health Genomes. Austin Rooney joined by Blue Crabs hitting coach Ray Ortega. We just had a batting practice ball come probably about 2 feet away from us. And just about ready to go here. But Ray, tell us a little about how you got here, your role throughout baseball, and a little about your journey.
Yeah, first of all, glad to be on the show. Been coaching professionally now for 8 years. Started in low-level indie ball in the United Shore League out in the Detroit, Michigan area. Did my thing there for a couple of years, a little bit of hitting, a little bit of catching, kind of building the resume. Eventually got an opportunity with the San Francisco Giants. As a blessing, I was able to coach in AAA baseball for 2019-2020. During those years, we won a AAA national championship. The year we won the championship, we also led Major League Baseball in transactions between AAA and big leagues. And we also did not have the same lineup on any back-to-back days. So it was interesting baseball to learn and absorb all that information at that level from all those big leaguers. You know, guys you see on TV today, Austin Slater, Yastrzemski, you know, a lot of guys that were in that team are now in the show. So it was a good experience for me as a player, as a coach, to see those kind of players and their progression from AAA to big leagues, which I think has translated now to this level here in the Atlantic League. You got a lot of guys with that kind of experience level and the talent and the skill set, maybe missing a couple pieces, and my job is to help them kind of fine-tune those details.
So tell me a little bit more about your job in San Francisco, some of the work you did, and maybe the role you played in getting a couple of guys up to the big leagues.
Yeah, I think on paper the title was a bullpen coach. In reality, it was more of like a jack of all trades. I kind of helped all the coaches, the fundamentals coach as far as defensive fundamentals, mainly worked with the catchers. We had Joey Bart there, Aramis Garcia. We even had Stephen Vogt early on before he got called up. So those are all guys I was working on the day-to-day, sharpening their catching skills, working with the new analytical data, how to work pitches up in the zone, down to up, which you see now, a lot of guys on one knee, all that stuff. On top of that, helping the hitting coach with the hitting progressions with the players, just kind of learning how to time different pitches, different deliveries, and how to match the approaches. So as far as, you know, overall there, got to work with a lot of pitchers, obviously being in the bullpen. The very good bullpen and pitching in that farm system. So I was able to kind of see how they tunnel their pitches and just kind of pitch sequencing, pitch developing, and all that.
It's a really cool job there, and of course being in AAA, seeing so many guys get up to the big leagues. And your role, I guess, a little bit different now as a hitting coach. Can you talk a little bit about some of the work you've done with some of the guys in the Blue Crabs this year?
Yes. So one of the big things that I tried to establish early with these guys is that the fact that they're in this league at this level, mechanically they're pretty much sound. There may be some fine-tuned tweaking, but the mistakes and the failures on the field aren't coming, they're not derivative of the mechanics. What I've learned in the previous years and I've applied to this season and the last season is the timing and your approach is the key to hitting. Mechanics is the key to swinging. But a good swing isn't going to be successful, but a good hitter can have success with a bad swing if you're on time. So one thing I've been working with these guys is what is timing and how to have the next level approach.
Hey, can you go into detail with maybe about a couple of players in particular and some of the timing and approach work you've done with them?
Yeah. So as far as timing, it's kind of just being self-aware. You have to know where your bat path is at. I like to use David Harris as an example. He hit 360 at the half, had a very strong half. He's a guy who last year hit 270 for us. So he obviously made an adjustment, so easy for me to pick on him in this situation. But he was solely focused on timing his mechanicals to the pitcher's delivery. So for us, all we're working on is what does that mean for him? When does he need to get his foot down? He's a toe tap guy. He was a leg kick guy. He switched to being a toe tap guy. So how does that change affect his timing, and how does that timing relate to the pitcher's delivery? So on top of that is mainly approach, and the reason why the approach is so important is the approach sets your timing. If you're looking for a ball out over the plate, you got to time the ball out over the plate. With that being said, if you're looking out over the plate, then you shouldn't be swinging inside until you get 2 strikes.
Right.
So one thing that I learned analytically is in the big leagues, most hitters in 0-1 counts or with a 1 strike on you still have a lot of success. So as a hitter, we can hit with 1 strike on us. So why get ourselves out before 1 strike? One quote that I learned while I was there was Dusty Baker said, it's better to be 0-1 in the count than 0-for-1 in the bench. Yeah. So we need to eliminate all the times we get ourselves out as hitters early in the count. And when we're forced to swing at pitches, when we get 2 strikes, that's when we have to open up the zone a little bit.
Well, that's awesome. A lot of great notes from some of the great minds in baseball. Let's jump into our next segment. This is sort of our trivia question segment typically, but it's a little different. This is not a one right or wrong answer this time around. The question is, if you could pick your all MLB team, so it's the best 5 starting pitchers, the best bullpen guys in the game, and the best player at every position in the lineup, what would that team's 162-game MLB record be?
That's a tough question. I mean, I would say probably about 162 guaranteed.
You're saying 100 wins, 62 losses?
Yes.
Because I think the record, an MLB record, is 116-46. The Seattle Mariners set it back in, I want to say it was 01. But do you think they fall maybe 16 games short? The All-Star team falls 16 games short of the Mariners?
I think the Mariners had a very unique year that year. That was fun to watch. I remember that season. They were pretty close across the board there at their positions. I think they had a few maybe holes in the lineup, but they played as a team. I remember that. That'd probably be the one struggle, is getting the best players in the game to play as a team.
That's a good point. Here is part 2 of this question. You coached in AAA, so you know quite a bit about AAA baseball here. I asked Matt Latos, who of course played in the big leagues for a long time, had a few stops at AAA along the way as well. And I asked him about this as well. So my question to him was, how does a AAA team, your average AAA team, do across an 162-game MLB schedule? How many wins do they pick up?
That's a great question. I would say what influences my opinion a little bit is right now in the Giants team, you got about 6 or 7 guys that were on the AAA team,
right,
and they're currently in the show. So I would say that the best AAA team should be able to at least play a 500 baseball. What's going to be, I think, the determining factor over the course of the season is pitching.
Latos said the exact same thing, almost word for word. He said he thought a AAA team could go 500. He said the only question mark would be the pitching staff. So you guys in agreement there?
Yeah, pitching is what carries you in the long term.
All right, well, Ray, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Let's go Blue Crabs.
Yeah, let's go Blue Crabs. Awesome.
Gotta listen to Ray Ortega, the Blue Crabs pitching coach, or the hitting coach, I should say, who mentioned that pitching is the difference for a lot of times in these teams that are going the long distance, of course, across the 162-game season. And can that pitching staff hold up across the course of time? Well, it's just about ready to go for baseball. We're going to have the national anthem in just a couple of moments. Let's run through the lineup and the pitching matchup for today's ball game. Starting with the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes, Luke Becker leads things off. Moises Sierra bats second. Chris Shaw in the 3 spot. It's Chris Davis who is the cleanup hitter. Jimmy Paredes bats 5th. Yuri Perez bats 6th. Felix Pie in the 7 spot. Austin Rye, the former Blue Crab, he's doing the catching. He bats 8th. And Gavin Johns bats 9th. For the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, a similar lineup with one addition, one subtraction as well. As Jack Sundberg is the leadoff man. Ian Yetzkill back in the 2 spot. Braxton Lee once again bats 3rd. Here's the addition. It's David Harris who is the cleanup hitter today. He's also the DH. It's Alex Crosby at 3rd base. Zach Collier moves from left field to center field today. And it's Jared Walker who's at 1st base. Joe DeLuca was the cleanup hitter yesterday. He bats 8th today. And Michael Baca closes out the order. He bats 9th. Alex Merrithew takes the mound for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. We're just about ready to go in Waldorf, Maryland. Stay tuned for the national anthem and the first pitch after this.
Now, fans, please stand and direct your attention behind home plate and welcome Daniel Alder and Patty Winter, representing the Great Mills High School Music Department, for the performance of our national anthem.
We are just about ready for baseball. A couple moments before the start of today's ball game, it's Alex Merrithew who gets the start for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Merrithew saw his ERA fall below 4 after an impressive start last time out. We're going to give you all the numbers on Alex Merrithew, who is in his first season with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. He's making his 10th start of the season. Merrithew across the month of August with a 2.86 ERA, a 3-0 record. He's won 4 consecutive games and 4 consecutive starts, looking to make it 5 in a row and 5 consecutive. His numbers on the season: a 5-2 record, a 3.93 ERA, and a 1.19 WHIP. As he will face the top of the Genomes order, led by Luke Becker, Moises Sierra, Chris Shaw, and Chris Davis. Followed by Jimmy Paredes, Yuri Perez, Felix Pie, Austin Rye, and Gavin Johns for the Genomes this evening. It's running around the Blue Crabs diamond defensively. Jack Sundberg is in left. It's Zach Collier in center. In right field, it's Braxton Lee. From third to first in the infield, Alex Crosby. Michael Baca at short. At second base, it's Ian Yetzko. At first base, Jared Walker. And Joe DeLuca is doing the catching for Alex Merrithew. Well, here comes Luke Becker. Becker played a massive role in last night's ball game, hit a grand slam that gave the Wild Health Genomes a 6-3 lead at the time. That lead would not hold. The Blue Crabs stormed back with 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning, took a 7-6 lead. The game was tied at 7 in the 8th, and the Blue Crabs walk-off sacrifice fly from Michael Baca, scoring Zach Collier. Merrithew set. Becker's set. First pitch upstairs, ball 1, and the count 1-0. Well, we're glad you could join us on a terrific Saturday evening in Waldorf, Maryland. Doesn't get much better than this. Blue skies overhead, temperatures in the upper 70s. Pitch, big wave and a miss, count 1-1. Oh, look at that out in center field. Not sure if you caught that on camera or not, but it appears as though Jack Sundberg and Zach Collier had the wrong sunglasses on. They might have had each other's pair. Pitch, line drive, foul back behind home plate, and the count 1-2. They sprinted, they met in left center. Collier gave him his pair. Sundberg did the same. They swapped out those sunglasses, and I'd imagine they're now ready to catch a fly ball should one come. I would have thought they could have figured that out during warm-ups, though. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. One batter, one strikeout for Alex Merrithew, who starts things off on the right note. And there's one away in the top of the 1st inning. Well, it's Pinch's birthday night tonight. As Pinch has invited some of his fellow mascots. I believe they're hanging out on the picnic deck, and they'll be down to the field. Here's Moises Sierra. Sierra with 6 home runs. First pitch, a little bit low on the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Well, glad you could join us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs took game 1 of the series 8-7 last night. Here in game 2, we're on the top of the 1st inning, 1 away, no score. As the 1-0 pitch, called strike on the outside corner, count 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, rain a constant across the southern Maryland area during the summer months, but tonight things look good. As the 1-1 pitch, called strike on the outer half, and the count 1-2. Tomorrow a chance of rain. Hopefully we get through tomorrow's game without any, though. All right, my weather app tells me about a 40% shot, and that's pretty typical day in and day out. Merrithew gets a sign from DeLuca. Steps off the rubber. 1-2 pitch. Tap foul behind home plate. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Other games in action today. It's the High Point Rockers and Gastonia Honey Hunters. Gastonia had 2-0 over High Point. Gastonia won that game 15-0 last night. York and Long Island are scoreless in the top of the 1st. Lancaster and Charleston also scoreless. And Staten Island and the Lexington Legends also no score. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back Ks from Alex Merrithew, who's come out and pitched awfully well here in the 1st inning up until this point. Good control, thrown a lot of strikes. We'll give you some scores from around Major League Baseball as Chris Shaw comes to the plate. If you were able to catch the interview before today's game with Ray Ortega, he mentioned Chris Shaw was on that San Francisco Giants AAA roster while he coached there. Well, first pitch missed low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Shaw. 1-0, called strike. That one on the outside corner. Count 1-1. Well, Marathon up until this point. Been throwing in the low 90s, 90 to 91. Touched 92 once. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's low and in. Count 2 balls and a strike. Marathon's gone fastball slider up until this point in the at-bat. And the 2-1. That's a little bit inside as well. Count 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs on Chris Shaw with Chris Davis on deck. Differently spelled, K-H-R-I-S, and a 3-1 pitch called strike on the outside corner. Chris Shaw looks back at the home plate umpire, John Grasso, and cannot believe it. He stared at Chris Grasso for probably 5 or 6 seconds. That pitch looked outside, and he was stunned. I have not seen a player as adamantly as upset at a call as we just saw Chris Shaw was at the home plate umpire, John Grasso. 3-2 pitch, called strike 3. Shaw is livid with the home plate umpire, John Grasso, who just called him out on strikes at a pitch that looked a little bit outside, off the outside corner. It's a trio of strikeouts for Alex Marathon. He strikes out the side, and Chris Shaw goes down looking to end the top of the first inning. We come back. Blue Crabs come to the plate.
This is Darryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to williamrichmondinc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service.
We go to the bottom of the first inning at Regency Furniture Stadium. No score between the Wild Health Genomes and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And the first pitch is in there for a called strike on Jack Sundberg. As it clips the outside corner, we're going to run you through the Blue Crabs starting order and the starting pitcher, Eli Villanueva. As the 0-1 pitch, a little bit inside, count 1-1. All tonight, starting with Eli Villanueva. On the season, a 9-8 record, a 5.18 ERA. 1-1 pitch, well upstairs. And the count 2-1. A 1.47 whip his last time out. Pitched pretty well. 6 innings of work, 2 hits, 2 runs, 5 walks, 11 strikeouts. Over the course of the last 2 starts, 22 strikeouts across just 13 innings. 2-1 pitch, that's upstairs in the count, 3-1. Eli Villanueva has pitched in Major League Baseball. He totaled 3 innings with the Florida Marlins back in 2011. And the pitch, line drive. This one bloops into left field, a base hit. Sundberg takes a long turnaround first. He applies the brakes. Leadoff single for Jack Sundberg. I talked with Jack Sundberg before the game. I believe it is his girlfriend's family who makes the Mucci mustard that they gave to us before the game. He says, hey, it's why I run so fast. So definitely endorsement from Jack Sundberg's point of view. I had some yesterday. It's pretty good. Got a little bit of a spicy kick at the end. Our official scorer, Blaine Pilkerton, he's big into the mustard game. He tried it earlier today. Was a big fan. First pitch to Ian Yetzko. Big wave and a miss at a high fastball. Count 0-1. Blue Crabs nothing, and the Wild Health Genomes nothing in the bottom of the first inning. 0-1 pitch, called strike, count 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Sundberg from first, Ian Yetzko 0 for 5 yesterday. Looking to rebound after a tough game. He's generally been pretty consistent, was up over 300 for a large portion of this season. 0-2 pitch, upstairs, count 1-2. So after striking out the side from Alex Marathew, the Blue Crabs have a base hit with the leadoff guy, Jack Sundberg aboard. Well, let's run you around the diamond defensively for the Wild Health Genomes. But first, the starting lineup for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs after the 1-2 from Villanueva, but we'll have to wait on that as he tosses to first base. Well, let's run through the lineup while we have a moment. Sundberg led off. He picked up a single to left field. Ian Yetzko bats second. It is Braxton Lee in the 3 spot. David Harris is the cleanup hitter. Alex Crosby bats 5th. The 6th hitter is Zach Collier. Batting 7th, it's Jared Walker. Joe DeLuca is doing the catching, and Michael Baca bats 9th. A 1-2 pitch, a little bit upstairs, count 2-2. And now let's bring you around the diamond defensively for the Wild Health Genomes. Felix Piet is in left field tonight. Yuri Perez in center. Moises Sierra is in right field. From third to first in the infield, Jimmy Paredes at third. At shortstop, Gavin Johns. At second base, Luke Becker. The 2-2 pitch, big swing and a miss. And it's Ian Yetzko who goes down swinging. And there is one away. Here comes Braxton Lee. We finished with Felix Piet, or I beg your pardon, we finished with the shortstop Gavin Johns. Luke Becker plays second base, first base Chris Shaw, and the catcher's Austin Rise. Just one more time to bring you around the diamond. Piet in left, Perez in center, right field it's Sierra. At third base, Jimmy Paredes. Shortstop is Gavin Johns, second base Luke Becker, first base Chris Shaw, and doing the catching it's Austin Rise for the starting pitcher Eli Villanueva. Let's go Blue Crabs chants underneath in the lower bowl section as the pitch is upstairs. Count 1-0 on Braxton Lee. One ball and no strikes on the lefty. One-0 pitch, that's low. A delayed steal from Sundberg. He takes off, and he steals second base. Got a very late jump on things, but he swipes second base. And the Blue Crabs now have a runner on second. with just one out after the single and stolen base from Jack Sundberg. Braxton Lee 4 for 5 yesterday. Batting average up to .319 today. 2-0 pitch, called strike. That one barely on the outside corner, but based on what John Grasso called in the top of the first inning, that's going to be a strike all night long. Two balls, one strike on the lefty. Pitch, big wave and a miss, count 2-2. And now Jack Sundberg inches closer to that stolen base record for the Blue Crabs. Record is 37. That was the 36th stolen base for Jack Sundberg. With the base hit for Sundberg, his on-base streak extends to 23 consecutive games. Two-two pitch. Swinging a ground ball. This one up the middle, past the outstretched reach of Luke Becker into center field for a base hit. Sundberg scores without a throw. An RBI single for Braxton Lee, and the Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead. It's Braxton Lee's baseball right there. Solid contact hitter, and Jack Sundberg comes around from second base to give the Blue Crabs a 1-0 lead. Lee working on the best batting average he's had all year, as he's up over .320 at .321 for the season. One 0 Southern Maryland off of Eli Villanueva. Again, coming into this ball game has a 9-8 record, a 5.18 ERA. He'll go 100 pitches. He'll go north of 100 as well if necessary. Threw more than 100 pitches in every start across the month of June. Twice in July, and the most recent start he went exactly 100 at York is the 0-1 pitch to Lee. Well, the first pitch to Lee, I should say. It's a strike, and the count 0-1. I beg your pardon, the count is 0-2. Right. Thought it was 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Harris looks at strike 3. Didn't bother swinging that last one. It was definitely in there for a strike. Villanueva picks up the strikeout, and Alex Crosby comes to the plate. It was kind of crazy to think this ball game's produced 5 outs, and all 5 outs have come via the strikeout. Villanueva mentioning that he hasn't gone deeper than 100 pitches, or he has gone deeper than 100 pitches in a number of starts, I should say. And he's thrown 18 pitches to record 2 outs here in the first. Now the first pitch to Crosby, top foul, it's off his front foot. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. Count 0-1 on Crosby, who's trying to walk off that bruise that's come up on his right foot after fouling it off. Brief break in the action for him, make sure he'll be all right. And now he steps back in from the left side, I should say, the lefty. Has a .287 batting average, picked up a couple of hits yesterday. Villanueva, 0-1. Shows bunt, he pulls back. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Villanueva most recently pitched in affiliated baseball back in 2017 with the Portland Sea Dogs, the Boston Red Sox affiliate. In Double-A, he had a 5-5 record, a 7.85 earned run average. Best season was down in Jacksonville, Double-A level, where he had a 14-4 record back in 2010. In Triple-A, he posted a 3.90 ERA in 2012. Never got the call back to the MLB, though. Through 3 innings for Florida. 0-1 with a 24 ERA. 3 innings, 5 hits, 8 runs. 1-1 pitch, low and in, count 2-1. Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Alex Crosby. Two-one pitch, big wave and a miss, count 2-2. This will be the 23rd pitch of the first inning for Eli Villanueva. And if you'd like a quick first inning, get things started on the right note, not the case so far for Villanueva, who surrendered a run. His team now trails 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Pitch number 23 is low and in. Also been very preoccupied with Braxton Lee on first base, who is a stolen base threat, to be fair. And Braxton Lee playing some of his best baseball in the season right now. Lee is 17 out of 19 in stolen bases. Pitch popped it up foul behind home plate. Count remains 3-2. And the ball skips right in front of us here. There was a family who was in the suite to our left. And one of the kids was pretty darn close to getting hit with the ball. It rolled back down from the ceiling. The roof, I should say, of our press box. He's just fine. Everybody's just fine. It's almost impossible for the ball to land in this area. Has to be rolling very slowly. It fell probably 2 or 3 feet in front of him because he really can't get all that close to hitting someone. Either way, 3-2 pitch, broken bat, foul ball. Bat goes down the first base line. The ball goes to the third base line. And the count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. That was the 25th pitch from Villanueva here in the first inning. Meanwhile, Blue Crab starter Alex Marathieu threw 15 pitches. 15 pitches and a trio of strikeouts for the righty. Crosby walks around for a couple of moments. And now steps back in. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat to Crosby. All 3 balls from Villanueva have missed inside. Really been trying to pitch Crosby in. 3-2 pitch, runner in motion. Fouls it off his front foot yet again. Another pitch on the inner half of the plate. Count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Crosby will see at least 9 pitches in his first at bat. The 9th pitch of the at bat, 27th pitch of the inning. Swing and a miss, breaking ball, strike 3. It was low and it gets Crosby to chase. Well, Eli Villanueva allows a leadoff single, but he picks up a trio of strikeouts in the inning. He strikes out the side despite allowing a run. At the end of 1 inning of play, it's the Blue Crabs 1. It's the Wild Health Genomes 0 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, fans, we apologize. A little late coming back in this inning. Just so happens that our connection was lost briefly. Either way, Chris Davis lined out to center field. And Jimmy Paredes comes to the plate. Paredes at third base today. And the pitch called strike, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Jimmy Paredes. Well, that line out from Chris Davis was the first out in this ball game for either team that wasn't a strikeout. The pitch to Paredes, foul ball, first base side, count 1 and 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out on Jimmy Paredes. So far for Marathon, an inning and a third, he's looked good. And the 1-2 outside, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Luke Becker struck out, swinging back in the first. Moises Sierra went down swinging as well, and then Chris Shaw, much to the dismay and disagreement on the call, went down looking. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Jimmy Paredes, the 4th strikeout victim from Alex Marathon. And there are 2 away in the second. 2 up and 2 down. It's Yuri Perez who comes to the plate. Perez hitting .455 in a very limited sample size. Through an inning and 2/3, Alex Marathon, 4 strikeouts. You can go back and look at the numbers across the year from Marathon. This is not all that characteristic of him. First pitch, called strike, hard fastball on the inner half, and the count 0-1. And just to give you some idea of how many strikeouts he typically has, did not strike out more than 4 batters at any start across July. 0-1 pitch upstairs, count 1-1. Against the Charleston Dirty Birds, he struck out 3. And then out of the blue, 11 strikeouts against High Point here at home in 8 innings. Allowed just 3 runs on 3 hits. Had 3 strikeouts last time out. He's got 4 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3. 1-1 pitch. Inside, count 2-1. When you get a lot of strikeouts, though, that pitch count does go up. End up throwing probably right around 15 pitches an inning at least. Pitch, line drive to right. It's right at Braxton Lee, who takes just a couple steps toward the line and make the catch for the final out. And that ends the top of the second inning. Back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings from Alex Marathon to start this evening's ball game. We go to the bottom of the second inning. It's the Blue Crabs 1. It's the Wild Health Genomes 0 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. 1-0 Blue Crabs, bottom of the second inning. Austin Rooney, happy to have you with us for a terrific Saturday evening contest in Waldorf, Maryland. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs coming to this one with a 71-33 record. The first pitch from Eli Villanueva is low and in the count 1-0 on the lefty Zach Collier. Blue Crabs 71-33 overall. As the 1-0 pitch, swinging a pop-up foul, third base side. In the second half, though, Southern Maryland 23-15. Blue Crabs were 48-18 in the first half. Looks like a fan made an impressive catch. It's got everybody up and applauding for him. Blue Crabs a game and a half back from the North Division lead at 23-15. And the 1-1 pitch is upstairs and the count 2-1. Meanwhile, Kentucky Wild Health Genomes finished the first half 35-31. And our game and a half out of the wild card for now. 2-1 pitch, called strike, count 2-2. Now the Blue Crabs pass the Lancaster Barnstormers. That would open up a second wild card spot. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. It is the fourth strikeout victim from Eli Villanueva. It is the 8th strikeout in this game. Only been 10 outs in this ballgame. Merrithew with 4 strikeouts across 2 innings. But Villanueva 4 strikeouts against 4 batters. Here comes Jared Walker, armed with another new walk-up song. Be followed by Joe DeLuca, who's still batting exclusively from the right side. First pitch, called strike, in the count 0-1. Jared Walker picked up a double in the 9th inning yesterday. Hit some back-to-back games after he was really struggling over parts of that last road trip. Good to see him pick up some base hits. As the 0-1 pitch comes a little bit up and in, count 1-1 on Walker. And he served a line drive into left center field. Put Collier on third base with 1 out and set the stage for Michael Baca to drive in the game-winning run. 1-1 pitch, that's up and away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Wisping clouds overhead as the shadows move across the outfield. 2-1 pitch, dribbler in the batter's circle, foul. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just 1 away in the bottom of the second inning. Blue Crabs scored a run back in the first, an RBI single from Braxton Lee that drove in Jack Sundberg. 1 run on 2 hits for the Blue Crabs. One to 2-2 pitch, I should say, fouled off first base side. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Jared Walker. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Eli Villanueva with his 5th strikeout of the day. Well, he has allowed a pair of hits in the meantime. But all 5 outs have come via the strikeout. We saw Darrell Thompson earlier this year strike out 7 of the first 9 batters. But this is the first time I'm seeing 5 batters, 5 strikeouts, or 5 outs, 5 strikeouts, I should say. Not 5 batters, 5 strikeouts. The Blue Crabs do have a run and 2 hits. And here comes Joe DeLuca. First pitch swinging, high fly ball, deep left center field. This one back to the warning track in front of the wall. It's the left fielder Felix Pie who tracks it down for the final out. Joe DeLuca gave that ball a ride, probably the best hit ball he's had since coming back from injury. But it goes down as just a long fly out to end the bottom of the second inning. The Blue Crabs retired in order. 2 more strikeouts to Eli Villanueva's name as we stay here for the missing in action.
This scene was made possible by AAA of Charles County, so please join us in a moment of silence to honor these great servicemen and women. Never forget, thank you.
It's Felix PA who comes to the plate in the top of the third inning. The Blue Crabs 1 and the Wild Health Genomes nothing on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Austin Rooney, happy to have you with us. 7, 8, and 9 to the plate for the Genomes. As first pitch strike from Alex Marathew. 6 up and 6 down for the righty. The only 2 balls put in play were a couple of lineouts. One from Chris Davis, the other from Yuri Perez. 0-1 pitch, a little bit low. Count 1-1 on PA. Marathew, the 1-1 pitch. Looked close, but called the ball a little bit low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out in the top of the third. Two 2-1, foul back. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Alex Marathew throwing 91-92 today. Back to the numbers that we've seen pretty consistently throughout this season from Marathew. Topped out at 92.6 tonight. And typically those radar guns will round up. It's 93. 2-2 pitch. Foul ball off of the inside of his left leg. Felix PA turned the hips. Hit him on the leg. You know, a lot of times you see it on the ankle. I'm pretty sure that ball hit the back left leg. can't be certain, and now the trainer is going to come out. Well, looks like PA's ready. Two balls and two strikes on Felix PA. Former Orioles player. Been 9 years since he played Major League Baseball. Pitch just a little bit up and away in the count 3-2. Well, for Marathue, the pitch count a little higher than he probably would have liked at 33 pitches through 2+ innings. Either way, it's 6 up and 6 down, though you really can't complain. 3-2 pitch, foul back. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat upcoming from Alex Marathue. You've seen his ERA dip from 3.93 down to 3.82. It's close to a season low. Three balls and two strikes. Marathue the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three. PA goes down. A long and hard-fought 8-pitch at bat, and Marathue wins the battle. Here comes Austin Rye, the former Blue Crab. Austin Rye came up big yesterday. In the top of the 8th inning, Andres Briseño entered the game for Southern Maryland. After a leadoff single, got a couple of outs. There was a runner on second base with 2 outs. And Austin Rye dribbled a single up the middle and tied the score at 7. The Blue Crabs ultimately won it in the bottom of the 9th inning on a sacrifice fly. First pitch a little bit outside, count 1-0. Pitch is up and in. Count 2 balls and no strikes now on Austin Rye. Rye's season has been full of peaks and valleys. With Southern Maryland, he hit north of 320, 321 to be exact. Went to Long Island, hit a $120. 2-0 pitch. Swinging a hard line drive down the third base line. It's an extra base hit for Austin Rye. Hits that ball all the way to the wall. Sundberg fires in. The throw is a close one. Not quite in time to get Rye at second. Terrific job fielding that ball by Jack Sundberg. Out in the left field corner. Threw a strike to second base. He nearly had Austin Rye. Well, that ends the perfect game hopes for Alex Marathue, who had 7 up and 7 down. Here comes Gavin Jones. Austin Rye has been a menace against the Blue Crabs since returning. To give you an idea of some of the numbers on the season for Austin Rye, and just the way that they've ranged is really the thing that's just hard to believe. How he can hit so well at times and really just struggle so much at other times. As the first pitch called strike on Gavin Johns with Long Island. Again, 142. I said 120. It was 142. With the Blue Crabs, 321. And now with the Wild Health Genomes, to start the game, 333. It's now above 340. Pitch, line drive, foul. First base side, out of play. Hits in back-to-back at bats now for the Genomes catcher. Came in the 8th inning with a pinch hit appearance. Tied the ball game. Now here in the top of the 3rd, picks up the first hit of the day for the Wild Health Genomes from that 8 spot. 0-2 pitch to Gavin Johns, foul back, and the count remains 0-2. Marathue, a real battler. You know, he's somebody who will ask to stay out for that extra inning. He wants to go back out there in the 7th and 8th inning when a lot of guys would say, all right, throwing 100 pitches, I'm done. He wants to keep on competing. 0-2 pitch. Line drive, right center field. This ball drops for a base hit. Lee quickly to it. He fires into the infield. It's going to hold the runner at third base. Back-to-back hits for the Wild Health Genomes. A double from Austin Rye, a single from Gavin Johns. The 8 and 9 hitters in the order come through for the Genomes. But a strong play from Braxton Lee, who fields that ball on a hop, fires into the infield, and it holds Austin Rye at third base after a strong throw in. Luke Becker to the plate. Moises Sierra on deck. First pitch away. DeLuca had trouble with it. Takes off for second. And he fires down to second. Baca had to come in briefly to cut the ball off in case the runner from third, Austin Rye, was going to try to come home. But that's complicated the situation. It's a pass ball against Joe DeLuca. It's one of those funny plays because typically you think a pass ball has got to get past the catcher, and it kind of did, but it was certainly Joe DeLuca's fault that the runner advanced to second base on that play. Ball is not terribly far out of the strike zone. So runners on second and third with one out in the top of the third as the Genomes have gotten the scoring started. 1-0 pitch called strike. Count 1-1 now on Luke Becker. Now the scenario for Alex Merrithew is that he's got to worry about the top of the order hurting him, and that's the part of the order that really hurt Darryl Thompson yesterday. 1-1 pitch, a little bit away, and the count 2-1. Allows 2 hits to the guys in the bottom of the order. The 8-hitter Rye and the 9-hitter Gavin Jones. Two-one pitch, that's away, count 3-1. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Uncharacteristic of Merrithew to lose the strike zone like this after 2 really strong innings and a strikeout to get things started against Felix Pierre. Double to Austin Rye, single to Gavin Jones, and behind 3-1 on the count in the count to Luke Becker. Pitch, that's a called strike. Comes into the belt, 3-2. Luke Becker takes a couple of practice swings. 3-2 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, well hit to left, sends Sundberg back. He's at the wall, he makes the catch. Fires into second base. The run does come in and score from third. It's a sacrifice fly, scoring Austin Rye. So a 1-1 ball game as Austin Rye scores from third. Here comes Moises Sierra with Gavin Jones on second base. 2 away in the third. Ball game tied at 1. Pitch. It's low on the count, 1 ball and no strikes. Looked like Merrithew was just going to keep on rolling after the start he had in the third. An 8-pitch strikeout against Felix Pierre, but then a double from Austin Rye, a single from Gavin Jones, and a sacrifice fly to left from Luke Becker. 1-0 pitch fouled off first base side, count 1-1. Moises Sierra. Sierra has almost 500 Major League Baseball at-bats. Played with the Blue Jays back in 2012, and then most recently played with them in the major leagues back in 2018 with the Nationals. Played the majority of the year in AAA, Syracuse. 1-1 pitch. Line drive, right field, base hit. That's going to score another run. Moises Sierra with an RBI single who slips up at first base. It scores the runner, Gavin Jones, from second. 3 hits in the inning. They produced 2 runs. RBI single from Moises Sierra. And all of a sudden, the Genomes have a 2-1 lead. First pitch called strike on Chris Shaw. And they count no balls and 1 strike. Runner on first base, it's Moises Sierra who has given the Genomes a 2-1 lead with 2 outs. 0-1 pitch upstairs. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. I guess that run for now is unearned, as Gavin Jones singled, would not have advanced in the sacrifice fly. And then would have gone from first to third probably. Not from second to home, not for the pass ball. 1-1 pitch, a little bit in, count 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Pitch popped up, foul. That's overhead, third base side. The count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Austin Rooney, glad to be with you on a Saturday evening. We're going to get to some of the shout outs, and we're going to get back to our trivia questions that we had last night. The one we mentioned also in the interview with Ray Ortega prior to today's game. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner stops and starts, check swing. That ball was awfully hard off the bat, heading right over to the third base side. And they count 2-2. Multi-Apple says good luck to both teams. Jan Zacosta gives the thumbs up. Sandra Verma says happy birthday, Campson. Have a great party at the game. Luis Montgomery, good luck, guys. 2-2 pitch, line drive down the first base line, foul. Just foul by a couple of feet. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Would have been extra bases down that right field line, and would have been the 4th hit of the inning for the Genomes. Probably would have scored a run as well. Sandra says, let's go Blue Crabs. Melissa A, I think Pinch should get Crosby's broken bat as a birthday gift, as Crosby broke his bat back in the 2nd inning. 2-2 pitch, line drive, foul behind home plate. And Peter Worrell says, happy birthday, Pinch. Pinch's birthday party on top of the mini monster out in left field tonight. Pinch also attended the Washington Nationals birthday mascot birthday party. That was back in April, I believe. 2-2 pitch, low and in. That gets past DeLuca all the way to the backstop. That's a wild pitch. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. A very lengthy inning for Alex Marathieu. This will be the 60th pitch of his outing. He struck out 5, and those are going to lead to longer at bats. Hasn't walked anyone yet. 3-2. That's away. Now he's walked somebody. Chris Shaw walks. And it doesn't get any easier from here as Chris Davis comes to the plate. Chris Shaw spelled with a C. Chris Davis spelled with a K. And Darryl Thompson is going to have a chat with Alex Marathieu as things have sort of unraveled in the inning for him. Well, let's run back through this inning. Felix Piet gets a strikeout there, a double from Austin Rice, single to Gavin Jones, sacrifice fly from Luke Becker, and it looked like he might be out of the woods at that point. Instead, an RBI single from Moises Sierra and a walk to Chris Davis. Marathieu generally someone who attacks the zone, and it's hard to attack the zone against someone like Chris Davis, especially when you have runners on first and second with 2 outs. And it's a situation where you're 1 out away from getting out of this inning. On the other hand, you've got the best hitter in the league at the plate. First pitch, swinging a ground ball over to short. Baca's got it. He flips to second, and that ends the inning. Marathieu surrenders 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk. The Genomes now have a 2-1 lead over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
First pitch to Michael Baca, a little bit up and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. 9-1-2 to the plate for Southern Maryland in the bottom of the 3rd inning. 1-0 pitch, that's a called strike. On the outside corner, count 1 ball and 1 strike in front of a very sizable crowd on hand for a Saturday evening ball game. 1-1. Hard line drive down the 3rd base line. It's extra bases for Michael Baca. Rounds first and jogs into second. Hit that ball off the bat like a rocket down the 3rd base line. And the Blue Crabs have the leadoff man in scoring position in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Foul ball is about as well hit as you're going to find anything in this ball game. as far as exit velocity is concerned. The hardest hit ball today came off the bat of Austin Rye on that double down the third base line. That came off at 107. This ball at 99.1 from Michael Baca off of Eli Villanueva. First pitch a little bit low for ball one on Jack Sundberg, as the on-base streak from 22 games to 23 for the lefty. He singled back in the first inning, came around to score. And tossed down to second base as the ball trickles away from the shortstop, Gavin Johns, but he's going to be able to hold Baca over at second base. Baca led off the inning with a double. Smoked that ball down the third base line. Count 1-0 on Sundberg. Pitch low. Count 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes, no outs. As Jack Sundberg has seen that on-base percentage just continue to rise over the streak. Along with the batting average, it's up to 256 on the season. On-base percentage at 395 now. Pitch, popped him up in the infield. It's the shortstop, Gavin Johns, who calls everybody else off and makes the catch overhead. There's one away. And here comes Ian Yetzko. Yetzko back in the 2 spot tonight. He was in the 2 spot last night, and he did struggle. He was 0 for 5, 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out in his first at bat. But an opportunity to bring in a runner with one in scoring position with only 1 out. Yetzko hitting 260 on the year. First pitch, ground ball. This one headed over toward third. Bit of a weird bounce for Paredes. He fields it and fires the first, and there are 2 away. Looked like there might be a chance for that ball to find the hole between shortstop and third base, but would not be. Eli Villanueva, 47 pitches across 2 2/3 innings. He's been able to keep that pitch count down. Meanwhile, Alex Marathieu had a very lengthy third inning. Marathieu had thrown only 27 pitches across the first 2 through 34 pitches in the third inning. Up to 61 on the evening. Pitch, that's a little bit outside. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Braxton Lee, who's 1 for 1 with an RBI single to show for it. An opportunity to go 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs. Lee hitting .321 on the year. Just 1 point behind Joseph Rosa from Gastonia, who's at .322. David Harris at .329 entering play. That's good for third in the league. Alejandro De Aza at .339. Pitch to Braxton Lee upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs for Braxton Lee. Baca, short lead from second base. He got things started with a double. 2-0 pitch, wave and a miss, count 2-1. From there, a pop out from Sundberg, and Yetzko grounded out to shortstop. Lee will be followed by Harris if necessary here in the third. Genomes 2, Blue Crabs 1 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Somebody yelled balk. It was not a balk. He really stepped off the mound. Well, Blue Crabs scored the lone run back in the bottom of the first inning. Had a 1-0 lead, but from there it's the Genomes who scored 2. 2-1 pitch, so that's low. Count 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, 2 outs on Braxton Lee. Eli Villanueva has found his groove here in the third. 3-1 pitch. Now that's a little outside. He does walk Braxton Lee. 2 on with 2 out for David Harris. David Harris went down looking in his first at bat. Harris hit north of 360 at times this season. He did in the first half, in fact. And the first pitch to Harris on the ground, third base side, slow ground ball. Tough play for Paredes, throw to first. No, he got him. No, he didn't. Oh, no way. He's called out at first base by the first base umpire in today's ball game, John Lavatina. I don't think he got him. I think he was safe at first base. Either way, David Harris called out on a slow ground ball down the third base line, and that ends the 4th inning. It is the Genomes 2 and the Blue Crabs 1 at the end of 3. We go to the top of the 4th in the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We are back in the first pitch to Jimmy Paredes, line drive, shallow right. And it's Braxton Lee who comes in, though, and makes the catch for the first out. 1 pitch and 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. Exactly what the doctor ordered for Alex Merrithew, who had himself a high pitch count across the first 3 innings. 61 pitches over 3 innings to get things going for Merrithew. Now 62 pitches over 3 1/3. For Marathon, the thought process you'd have to think is get through 5 innings, and then anything after that's a bonus. Blue Crabs bullpen is slightly limited. Pitch, a little bit up and in, count 1-0. I'd have to imagine Blue Crabs have a few options, 6, 7, 8, 9, should they need to go 4 innings with the bullpen. Get to those in a moment. 1-0 pitch. Just want to chop her back to the mound. Alex Marathon fields and fires to first. 2 up and 2 down. And he does so awfully quickly as well. Takes just 3 pitches to get 2 outs. So I'd have to think that if the Blue Crabs do have to go to the bullpen after 5 innings from Marathon, some of your options are going to include, I'd have to think Patrick Baker would probably go the 6th or the 7th. You'd have to think Briseño 8, Latos 9. James Dykstra is the last piece to that equation that probably gets some action tonight if the Blue Crabs can't get their starter Alex Marathon past 5 or even 6. Marathon worked, or I beg your pardon, Dykstra worked on Thursday night. Also threw a bullpen on Wednesday, so it was back-to-back days. 1-0 pitch, that's away, count 2-0. Blue Crabs used just 2 relievers last night. It was Briseño and Latos. Briseño allowed a run, Latos picked up the win. 2-0 pitch. Popped it up, shallow left field. Long run for Sundberg, who gets under it and makes the catch down the left field line for the final out. Took just 6 pitches for Alex Marathon to get a 1-2-3 inning in the 4th. He's had 3 1-2-3 innings. Just the 3rd inning was tough for him when he allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. That's the difference right now, though. The Genomes have a 2-1 lead over the Blue Crabs as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch to Alex Crosby comes low and in the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, it's time we get back to yesterday's trivia question and into today's trivia question. We talked about both of those questions with Ray Ortega. As the 1-0 pitch, ground ball. This one looks like it's headed up the middle, but a great job covering ground by, I beg your pardon, by Gavin Johns, who comes up with it and fires the first for the out, and there is one away. Ball was directly over the second base bag, but there was a slight shift on Crosby and allowed Gavin Johns to get there in time and fire to first for the out. And here comes Zach Collier. In the bottom of the fourth inning, the Wild Health Genomes have a 2-1 lead over Southern Maryland. Pitch, hard line drive, smoked to right. This ball over the head of the right fielder, Moises Sierra, all the way to the wall. Collier jumps on his horse. He's going to third base. The throw to third, not even close. The stand-up triple for Zach Collier. Blue Crabs have a runner 90 feet away with one out in the bottom of the fourth. That ball was crushed to right. I don't know the last time I saw a ball hit that hard to the right field wall. He smoked that ball off the bat at 111. I believe that's the hardest ball I've ever seen hit, according to TrackMan. That ball was absolutely destroyed off the bat of Zach Collier, 111. Hardest hit ball in 2022 in the major leagues was near 120. I don't know if I've seen anything top 110 though here in the Atlantic League. And a pitch to Walker, swinging a foul tip deflected off the catcher Austin Ryan. The count 0-1. Alex Matthews allowed 2 runs across 4 innings. Eli Villanueva allowed 1 run across 3 1/3, but the issue is that there's a runner 90 feet away with just 1 out. A really good opportunity for Jared Walker to continue to try to break out of a bit of a lull that he's gone through at the plate. Ground ball up the middle should do it. 0-1 pitch is in the dirt, count 1-1. Infielders are back for the most part. Shortstop and second, Gavin Johns, the shortstop, back toward the outfield grass. The second baseman, Johns, I beg your pardon, Becker is as well. Over at third base, Jimmy Fredis in just a touch. Well, let's go Blue Crabs chance going here at the Reagan Waldorf. 1-1 pitch to Walker. That's inside, count 2-1. Walker at the plate, Joe DeLuca on deck. Southern Maryland 1, the Genomes 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. We're glad you've joined us. Under scattered clouds. Two-one pitch, that's inside, count 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Collier launched a line drive, 111 off the bat to the wall in right field. Count 3 balls and 1 strike for now, though, with 1 away. The pitch on the ground, over to third base, off on contact. Collier slides in safely as Jared Walker tagged out on the way to first base in the slow ground ball. It was fielded by the first baseman, Chris Shaw. And it ties the score at 2 as Jared Walker comes through, probably not how he envisioned it, on a slow ground ball to first base. Either way, he scores, or he brings home Collier, who scores, and the score even at 2-2. So the triple from Zach Collier proves costly for Eli Villanueva as it ties the score at 2. Here's Joe DeLuca. First pitch on the ground, high chopper over to third, foul. I think DeLuca knew that ball was headed foul. He brought the bat with him about 40 feet up the line. No balls and 1 strike on the switch hitting catcher, who is exclusively batting from the right side of the plate for now. He's facing righty pitchers from the right side of the plate, something he hasn't done in a long time. As the 0-1 pitch is inside, count 1-1. The different arm angle that it's coming to you from is going to be completely foreign from this side of the plate. One pitch. Wave and a miss at a breaking ball low in the dirt, and the count 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Joe DeLuca, who's hitting .287 on the season. 8 homers, 32 RBIs. Had a double in yesterday's ball game. It was just 1 for 5, 1-2 pitch. That's a foul tip back behind home plate. Count remains 1-2. Blue Crabs 2 runs on 4 hits. For the Genomes, 2 runs on 3 hits here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Lights are on over a packed crowd tonight. Pitch, hard ground ball over to shortstop. Oh, a tough play for Gavin Johns. He doesn't handle it. And Joe DeLuca reaches. It's going to be an error against the shortstop, Gavin Johns, a ball he probably should have had. Should have been able to field that ball on the backhand. It was well hit off the bat of DeLuca, but I think that's probably an error almost every single time, regardless of your official score. But ball hit 89.9 off the bat, so again, average, you're looking right around 90, 80, upper 80s, and 90 miles an hour for a ground ball over to shortstop, not going to be enough. First pitch called strike to Michael Baca, and the count 0-1. Oh, 0-1 pitch, that's low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. The pitch that's low in the dirt, and the count 2-1. Inning start with a ground out from Alex Crosby, but then the triple off the bat of Zach Collier. RBI on the ground out to first from Jared Walker. Joe DeLuca reaches on an error by the shortstop. Here's Michael Baca, the 9-hitter, who doubled his first time up. Pitch, slow ground ball in front of home plate. Baca fields, the throw to, I beg your pardon, the catcher Rye fields, a throw to first in time to get Baca for the final out. Well, Blue Crabs score a run in the bottom of the 4th inning. We go to the top of the 5th. It's the Blue Crabs 2. It's the Genomes 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the fifth inning, it's the Blue Crabs 2, it's the Genomes 2. On a terrific night in Waldorf, Maryland, the home of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. First pitch up and away, and the count 1-0 on Austin Rye. As the Kentucky Wild Health Genomes send 8-9-1 to the plate. Rye followed by Johns and Becker. Pitch, broken bat, pop-up. Long run for Ian Yetzko. Plays it on a hop. He fires the first. It's in time to get Rye, who doesn't run all that well. And there's one away. Almost found himself an infield base hit, but nicely done by Yetzko, who couldn't quite get there on the initial pop-up with the bat flying and everything. Fields it on a hop and fires the first in time. Gavin Johns, who's 1 for 1, digs in. For Alex Marathieu, he's gone 4 1/3 innings across 69 pitches. First pitch called strike on Gavin Johns, and the count 0-1. No balls, 1 strike, 1 out. Blue Crabs 2, the Genomes 2. Base paths are empty with 1 out. 0-1 pitch, check swing, did not go around, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Alex Marathieu retired the first 7 batters for the Genomes. Struck out 5 of those 7. Ran into trouble in the third, though, as the 1-1 pitch a little low and away allowed 3 hits and allowed 4 batters to reach. The pitch, foul tip, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Since then, though, he's retired 5 straight. Ground out from Chris Davis to end the third, a 1-2-3-4, and a ground out from Austin Rye here in the 5th. So a streak of 7 consecutive for Marathieu to start the game, 5 consecutive now from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. He's had 3 1-2-3 innings as well. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Joe DeLuca fires from his knees over to first base as the ball was low in the dirt, and he strikes out Gavin Johns. It's his first strikeout since the 3rd inning. It's his 6th strikeout overall. And there are 2 away in the 5th. All right, so we mentioned this earlier. It's time we actually get to it, these 2 trivia questions. Question is, first question at least, is if you could have an all MLB team, all 5 MLB, the top 5 MLB starters, the top 5, or the top bullpen guys from any team you want, the top player at every position, how many wins does that team have across a 162-game season? An all MLB All-Star game. Comment in the YouTube chat. We'd love to hear from you. We'll give you what some of the other players said in just a couple of moments. First pitch called strike on Becker. 0-1, hard line drive into right field, a base hit Braxton Lee cuts it off. Becker going to second. Strong throw is, it's in time, but it gets past the shortstop Baca. So it is a double from Luke Becker. So a runner on second base with 2 outs. As a training staff going to go out to have a chat with Luke Becker. As Becker went diving into second on a close play as Braxton Lee came up throwing through a good throw to second base, but it was right where Becker was as he was diving in. If the shortstop Michael Baca catches that ball, it's a very, very close play. 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning, in the top of the 5th inning, I should say. Genomes 2, Blue Crabs 2. It's the 4th hit for the Genomes on the day. It's the 5th base runner. So after a ground out and a strikeout, it's Luke Becker who strikes again. So we're going to write all these questions in the YouTube chat. So we have the all MLB team. How many wins do they have across a 162-game season? Part 2, you have your average AAA team. How many wins does an average AAA team have at the major league level? Give us your thoughts in the YouTube chat, and we'll let you know how some guys in the Blue Crabs answered those questions. Popped it up on the first pitch to the 2-hitter, Moises Sierra. Braxton Lee got a late jump on it, lost it, then found it and tracked it down in shallow right for the final out. Well, the Wild Health Genomes pick up 1 hit, and they strand 1 on second at the end of 4.5 innings of play. We're halfway done at the Reagan Waldorf. It's the Blue Crabs 2, it's the Genomes 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Nick Wells, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
The first pitch is in there for a called strike on Jack Sundberg. The count 0-1 on the lefty in the bottom of the 5th inning. Blue Crabs and the Genomes level at 2. Pitch, slow ground ball over to first base, fielded by the first baseman Chris Shaw, who races to the bag in time to get Jack Sundberg, and there's one away.
The second baseman, number 7, Ian Yetzko.
Here comes Ian Yetzko, who's 0 for 2 on the day so far. Yetzko struck out in the first. He grounded to third in the third. First pitch, big wave and a miss. And the count 0-1. No balls and one strike on Ian Yetzko. Here's the pitch. That's low. Count 1-1 now on the righty. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Eli Villanueva has ran into trouble a couple of times, but by and large, a pretty good outing from the righty. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, count 1-2. We talked about over the course of his affiliated ball career, spent most of his time in AA and AAA. And one very brief stint in Major League Baseball pitching a total of 3 innings. Pitch to Yetzko, line drive up the middle for a base hit. Well struck ball into center, and there's a runner on first base with 1 out. It's the first base hit of the homestand from Ian Yetzko. After going 0 for 5 yesterday and 0 for 2 to start things today, picks up a big base hit. That's got to help the confidence level as Braxton Lee comes to the plate. At the AAA level, Eli Villanueva threw 518 innings. To think that he threw 518 innings in AAA and threw just 3 at the MLB level. First pitch to Braxton Lee, that's low. The count 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on first, 1 out. 1-0 pitch, up and away, count 2-0. Count 2-0 now on Braxton Lee. Yetzko off of first, 2-0. It's a called strike. Count 2-1 now on Lee. Lee 1 for 2 today. I beg your pardon, 1 for 1 with a walk and an RBI single. RBI single drove in Sundberg back in the first. Two-one pitch, low and in. Count 3 balls and a strike. Eli Villanueva through 4 1/3 has thrown 79 pitches. Alex Merrithew through 5 innings has thrown just 77 pitches. Just get an idea of the difference in numbers per pitches. I'll give you it in a second here from Alex Merrithew. Pitch fouled off from Braxton Lee. So Merrithew throws 15 pitches in the first, 12 pitches in the second, 34 pitches in the third. That gets him to 61 pitches, but just 6 pitches in the fourth, 10 pitches in the fifth. And he's at 77, so a 34-pitch third inning. It's really been the only thing that's plagued Merrithew throughout today's ballgame. Aside from that, he's been really, really good. 2 runs on 4 hits across 5 innings, paired with 6 strikeouts from the righty. Three-two pitch, runner goes, foul tip. Runner on first base with 1 away. Pinch's birthday party, a whole bunch of mascots up there on top of the mini monster. Runner goes again on the 3-2. Pitch, ground ball. Terrific play by Gavin Johns, the shortstop, who fields it behind second base, spins and fires in time to get the out for Lee. Not a lot of reaction time. That ball was tailor-made for back up the middle into center field. But a terrific play by the shortstop, Johns, to rob a base hit. Hibbert now enters the game for David Harris. Well, how about this move? That means that David Harris is going to be done for the day. As he exits, he did run that ball out pretty hard down the first base line at the end of the third inning. Now it's Hibbert's turn. Hibbert's hitting pretty well recently. 217 on the year. Pitch bounces in front of home plate. Was 1 for 4 yesterday. Yetzko from second with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th inning. Ground out to first base from Sundberg, a single from Yetzko, and a ground out to short from Braxton Lee. Yetzko running on the pitch, might have saved a double play ball. 1-0 delivery, called strike on a breaking ball to Hibbert. It's a tough situation for Matt Hibbert as well, coming in off the bench cold. Probably did not expect to come into the 5th inning. I'd imagine he thought maybe a possibility down the road a little later in this ball game. One delivery. On the ground is shortstop. Gavin Johns has been busy. He fields right around belt tie and fires to first for the final out. Well, the Blue Crabs pick up 1 hit. They strand a runner on second base at the end of 5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs 2. It's the Genomes 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ian Yetzko, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to williamrichmondinc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service. Bottom of the 6th inning. And the first pitch is upstairs to Chris Shaw. Oh, it's a called strike. I beg your pardon. Count 0-1. Well, Matthew's gone 5 innings, allowed 2 runs. 0-1 delivery. One drilled foul, third base side, and the count 0-2. 79 pitches for the righty. Allowed 2 runs back in the 3rd inning. The 3rd inning, he allowed 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 walk. The other 4 innings, he's allowed just 1 hit, no walks, no runs.
pitch. This one a ground ball, slowly over to second base. Yetzko races to it. He flips the first in time to get Chris Shaw at first. And there's one away. And here comes Chris Davis. Davis will be followed by Jimmy Paredes here in the 6th. Now, we talked about this at the end of the 3rd inning. Alex Maratheu had thrown 61 pitches. If you do some math, you say, okay, how many pitches would he throw over 5 innings if he'd thrown 61 across 3 innings? And the answer is he would have been on track to throw about 102 pitches. Across 5 innings, he'd thrown only 77. Pitch, that's a little bit low on the count, 1 ball and no strikes. He's put himself in a situation where if he can continue to pitch as well as he's done up until this point, he can maybe finish the 6th inning around 90 pitches. He could go 7 or 8. 1-0 pitch, that's in there for a called strike, count 1-1. The real question is, does he find himself in any situations like he did back in the 3rd inning? In the 3rd inning, he got the first down, and then things started to spiral. 3 hits across 4 batters. Pitch, ground ball back toward the mound, fielded by Yetzko, who's behind the mound. He fires to first in time to get Chris Davis, and there are 2 away. A couple of 4-3 putouts here in the 6th. Jimmy Paredes will come to the plate. Give you a bit of an update on velocity numbers and exit velocity numbers. Alex Maratheu topped out at 92.6, averaged at 91, minimum at 88.7. So run around 91, pretty strong as far as the average velocity for Maratheu. That's back up from his numbers down in Staten Island, or up in Staten Island, where his velocity was down around 88. Pitch, called strike on the inner half. I have to imagine that the different TrackMans and the velocities and the radar guns, they're just going to be different at different places. I'm not sure there was actually a 3-mile-per-hour dip there from Maratheu between Maryland and Staten Island. I think that maybe the Staten Island one is not calibrated properly or something. Maybe that it depends on which TrackMan you're working with, that you're going to get different results. I think that's more likely than just from one start to the next. You have a 3-mile-per-hour dip in velocity on average. As now the count 1 ball and 2 strikes on Jimmy Paredes, who fouls it back to the netting. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Paredes hitting .287 on the year with 13 homers and 50 RBIs. Maratheu comes set. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Another 1-2-3 inning from Alex Maratheu. It's his 7th strikeout of the day. He's taken just 87 pitches to get through 6 innings. I'd expect him to come back out for the 7th as the Blue Crabs and the Genomes are tied at 2 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
apologize that the first out in the inning to Alex Crosby in the bottom of the 6th. He goes down on strikes. And a couple of things you got to take care of in between innings there, and we're now back in the bottom of the 6th. It's the Blue Crabs 2. It's the Wild Health Genomes 2. As Zach Collier comes to the plate. First pitch called strike, and the count 0-1. Blue Crabs 2, the Genomes 2. And the 0-1 pitch, that's outside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Collier 1 for 2 today. He tripled back in the 4th inning and scored a run. Here's the pitch, that's a little bit away, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Collier taps home plate twice. Followed by Jared Walker. Pitch, line drive, foul. Over toward Bert Hindman, who is the team photographer. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That's low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. In the bottom of the 6th inning. Here's the 3-2. That's inside. It's ball 4. Collier reaches via the walk. As Jared Walker comes to the plate with 1 on and 1 out in the bottom of the 6th inning. Walker 0 for 2. He does have an RBI to show for it, though. Walker at one point, a very highly touted prospect for the LA Dodgers. Runner on first base, 1 out. Villanueva comes set. First pitch, big wave and a miss. Count no balls and 1 strike on Jared Walker. That pitch is low and in. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. The pitch, ground ball down the 3rd base line. It's a base hit. All the way to the wall. It gets past the left fielder, Felix Pierre. Collier rounds 3rd. Throw to the plate, not in time. RBI double from Jared Walker. The Blue Crabs have a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the 6th. Big time base hit for Jared Walker, who goes the other way and gives the Blue Crabs a 3-2 lead. It's the Blue Crabs' first lead since the 1st inning. Southern Maryland took a 1-0 lead on an RBI single from Braxton Lee, but shortly thereafter, the Genomes responded with 2. The Blue Crabs tied it in the 4th and have taken a 3-2 lead here in the 6th. Well, here is Joe DeLuca, runner on second base. Pitch, line drive foul, 3rd base side. Looks like for Pinch's birthday, they've been given some ice cream cake. I'm not having that on air. I'll have it between innings, so you don't have to listen to me chew the ice cream cake. Give you a solid review, though. It's like we talked about Moochie's mustard earlier in the ball game. Jack Sundberg is affiliated. The pitch, this one is low. A stolen base, though, as Walker takes off for third. Throw was in time. The third baseman, Paredes, didn't catch the ball. And so the runner on third base now with one out. It's a stolen base for Walker. I thought it might go down as an error potentially, as Paredes dropped the ball despite the fact the throw beat him. And call just a stolen base. 1 ball, 1 strike on Joe DeLuca. Pitch, big swing and a miss, count 1-2. Runner 90 feet away. An opportunity for the Blue Crabs to add an insurance run. One-two pitch that bounces in front of home plate. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. Infield in, trying to prevent Jared Walker from scoring, as Joe DeLuca at the plate. Two-two delivery, low. The count 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Joe DeLuca, who's 0 for 2 today. Fly out to the warning track in left center. And then he reached on an error. Neither a bad at bat by any means. The count now full at 3-2 on it. Eli Villanueva trying to work through this. 103rd pitch of the day. Pitch, ground ball. That one, oh, a terrific diving stop by Johns to prevent a base hit. And he throws the first in time. Holds Walker at third also. Wow, Gavin Johns, the shortstop, comes up with a massive play. And the Blue Crabs don't add an extra run based on a terrific defensive play by the shortstop Johns, diving to save a run. And now a meeting at the mound. You have to wonder, is this going to do it for Eli Villanueva? And it looks as though it might be the case. Mark Benicozzi, the manager for the Wild Health Genomes, having a discussion with Villanueva. Let's see if Villanueva maybe can convince him to stay in the ball game. He does just that. Looked like this inning might become, looked like we might be in store for a pitching change, but in fact, Villanueva says, nah, I'm good to stay out here. 103 pitches thrown from Villanueva, as he'll face Baca, and if necessary, it'll be Sundberg to follow. Gotta throw strikes here, but Baca hitting the ball well, especially recently. 2 RBI double yesterday. Earlier in this ball game, he had a double back in the 3rd inning, did not score a run. That ball gets away from the catcher, Austin Rye, briefly, but he holds Jared Walker at third base, as he quickly got to it. One ball, no strikes. 2 away in the bottom of the 6th inning for Michael Baca. Blue Crabs have taken a 3-2 lead. RBI double from Jared Walker has put the Blue Crabs on top. Pitch bounces in front of home plate. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Joe DeLuca thought he might have had a single to his name, but a diving stop by the shortstop, Gavin Johns, steals a base hit and an RBI. The 2-0 pitch, called strike. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs 3, the Genomes 2. 2-1 deliveries up and away. Count 3 balls and a strike now on Baca, and now a risk of walking Michael Baca, which would put runners on the corners and 2 outs. Villanueva only thrown, or Villanueva has thrown, I should say, 107 pitches. So you have to wonder if this is going to be his last batter no matter what. I think it would be. Mark Minicozzi gave him an opportunity to stay in this ball game. 3-1 pitch, called strike on Baca. Count 3-2. Bottom of the 6th inning as we close in on 8:45 p.m. on the East Coast. A little more than 2 hours since the start of today's ball game. Here's the 3-2. Foul ball back behind home plate. That was the 6th pitch of the at-bat. The count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. I think from Villanueva's standpoint, you'd rather not have a very long at-bat after you've already thrown 107 pitches. This will be number 110. .65 strikes, 44 balls for the righty. Pitching coach Eli Villanueva. 3-2. Slow ground ball, third base side, foul. Blue Crabs, 3 runs on 6 hits for the Genomes, 2 runs on 4 hits. No action in the Blue Crabs bullpen, so it will be Merrithew to start the 7th inning. From there, it sort of depends on, I'd imagine, pitch count and performance. See what Merrithew is comfortable with. 3-2 pitch, just a little away. It's ball 4. A 9-pitch walk from Eli Villanueva. And let's see if that will do it. No sign of Mark Minicozzi for now. I thought 111 pitches, that would be it for Villanueva, but I guess Mark Minicozzi wants to keep him in there. Runners on first and third with 2 outs. Glad to have you with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Sundberg already has a base hit today. He scored a run, 1 for 3. Runners on the corners. First pitch called strike, and the count 0-1. Or the 1-0 pitch, I should say. The first pitch missed. Now the count 1-1. Well, fans, if you would like to answer that question above, now we have one answer to our question of how many wins would the All-MLB team have in a 162-game season? How many wins would a AAA team have? We're going to give you some answers from around the clubhouse a little later in this ball game. 1-1 pitch, a little inside in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Tammy Shipley said 120 wins for that MLB team, the All-MLB All-Star team. And then for the AAA team, 45 wins. So just to give you bit of a guideline there. The most wins in MLB history in a regular season is 116. This ball, line drive, right field, base hit. Walker scores from third. Meanwhile, from first to third, it's Michael Baca, an RBI single for Jack Sundberg, who keeps on hitting. And the Blue Crabs have a 4-2 lead. Big-time hit off of Eli Villanueva, and I think Mark Minicozzi might have left him out 2 batters too long. First the walk to Baca, and then the RBI single to Jack Sundberg, and that's going to do it for his starter, Eli Villanueva. Blue Crabs still threatening. There are runners on the corners with 2 outs. Blue Crabs have scored 2 in the 6th. They have a 4-2 lead. Don't go anywhere. Blue Crabs will try to add to their lead when we come back. Bottom of the 6th inning, new pitcher for the Wild Health Genomes. It's Alejandro Chacin as the Blue Crabs have a 4-2 lead. They've scored 2 already in the bottom of the 6th. And threatening for more with runners on the corners. First pitch to Ian Yetzko. That's upstairs. And the count 1 ball and no strikes. Yetzko 1 for 3 today. Trying to get in on the RBI party, though, and got an opportunity to drive in a runner on third base. Pitch, a big swing and a miss, hard fastball from Alejandro Chacin. And the count 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Pitch, it's a little bit up. The count 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. Have to check in to see if we have any additional answers on our trivia questions. They're less trivia questions and more just hypotheticals. 2-1 pitch, a little low on the count, 3 balls and 1 strike. As the Blue Crabs picking up some big hits in the inning. Jared Walker with an RBI and a run scored. 3-1 pitch upcoming to Ian Yetzko. Chacin's had some trouble with control. Pitch, that's right down the middle, but a called strike. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Blue Crabs ahead by 2 with 2 on. Bottom of the 6th inning. Runner goes from first to second. The pitch called strike 3. Outside corner. I think Yetzko wanted to walk, but he probably knew it was strike 3 as it painted the outer edge to end the bottom of the 6th inning. Blue Crabs score 2 runs. Alejandro Chacin comes in and gets the final out as we go to the top of the 7th inning on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
Back in the top of the 7th inning, the first pitch comes in on Yuri Perez, and it's in for a called strike. Alex Marathew has a little bit of breathing room to work with as the Blue Crabs have a 4-2 lead. The 0-1 pitch is low and away, count 1-1. The pitch count probably not going to be an issue for Marathew at this stage, as he's only thrown 89 pitches after the 0-1 pitch missed, count 1-1. He is now quite used to throwing north of 100 pitches. The offering, that's low and away, count 2-1. I think the bigger issue for Marathew at this point is the long layoff he had between the top of the 6th inning, or the middle of the 6th inning, and the top of the 7th inning. Blue Crabs had a very long bottom of the 6th inning that involved a pitching change. 2-1 pitch, fastball upstairs. Perez swings and misses, count 2-2. 1 run for the Blue Crabs in the bottom of the 1st. That was the Genomes who picked up 2 in the top of the 3rd. Blue Crabs with 1 in the bottom of the 4th and 2 in the bottom of the 6th to give the Blue Crabs a 4-2 lead. Here is the pitch. Swinging a slow ground ball back to the mound. Marathew fields, tosses to first. And there is one away in the bottom of the 7th inning. The top of the 7th inning, I should say. But Alex Marathew, 6 1/3 innings of work so far, 7 strikeouts. He's allowed 4 hits and 1 walk. you can keep those walk numbers down, it does wonders. It forces the other team to work for their hits, and that's what Merrithew does on a very consistent basis. Thrown 92 pitches, 59 strikes, just 32 balls. First pitch to Felix Pierre, upstairs and outside. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Felix Pierre. Here's the pitch, that's upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Austin Rooney, happy to have you with us. Yesterday we had my younger brother John Rooney, who joined us for parts of the broadcast. 2-0 pitch, popped it up, third base side foul, into the seats. The count 2-1. We haven't gotten any new answers from our questions, our hypothetical team questions. So our first one was, how many wins would an all MLB team, it's the 5 best starters, best relievers, and best player at each position, win in a 162-game season? It's like a super all-star team. We had Tammy Shipley say 120. Now the second question was, how many wins would a AAA team have in a 162-game MLB season? And Tammy Shipley said 45. Now the 2-1 pitch fouled off third base side, count 2-2. So we got answers from a few different guys around the clubhouse. Matt Latos told us he thought 120 to 124 or so on that all MLB All-Star team. And he thought that the AAA team could go as strong as 500 in an MLB season. The only thing he thought might detract from that is the pitching staff wouldn't be quite good enough. 2-2, up and away, count 3-2. We talked with manager Stan Clyburn. He said that he thought that the all MLB team would be right around 108. And he thought the AAA team would be 60, maybe 70 wins. Talked with Ray Ortega, the hitting coach, in our pregame interview today. He said 100 plus for the all MLB team, and then he said the AAA team, again, similar to Latos, could go as high as 500. Again, mentioning the pitching staff. That's the big key. That's the big question. Could a AAA pitching staff do well in the MLB? And the thought probably wouldn't be quite up to the task. The batters are all good batters. They all have their technique down. It's all about timing. That's what Ray Ortega stressed in that pregame interview. Count 3-2 on Felix Pierre. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball, grounded third base side. The count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. If you'd still like to give us your answers, I would have thought the AAA team might only win 40 or 50 games. I was sort of in Tammy Shipley's boat there, maybe 40 games. The worst MLB record of all time, 43-119. That came back in 2003 with the Detroit Tigers. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball foul, first base side. And could a AAA team do better than the worst Major League Baseball team of all time? I think that Stan Clyburn and Matt Latos and Ray Ortega would probably say yes. A lot of times with those teams that are really struggling, there's additional dysfunction in addition to the players not being up to the task. 3-2 to Felix Pierre. Oh, just a touch inside, ball 4. It's a second walk issued from Alex Merrithew. Have to wonder if that is the end of his rope. As Alex Merrithew just threw his 99th pitch of the ball game. Austin Ryan comes to the plate with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th inning. I think Stan Clyburn was hoping to be able to keep Alex Merrithew in here for a 1-2-3 7th inning and make his job very easy. But there's only 1 out. I mentioned there were 2 outs. On the scoreboard there says there are 2 outs. There is only 1 out. That threw me off a little bit. It also threw our home plate umpire off a bit. Our umpires In today's game, John Grasso behind the plate, John LaMattina at first, and Jim Clayton at third base. And John Grasso and I were both a little confused for a second. We realized, no, there is only one out. Pitch called strike on Austin Rye, and the count 0-1. No balls, one strike on Austin Rye. It's a big difference for Alex Merrithew, who I'm sure would have loved that second out. Oh, 1 pitch to Rye. Low in the dirt in the count. 1 ball and 1 strike. That was pitch number 102 from Alex Merrithew. And then at bat against Felix Pie, 9 pitches, and Pie wins that battle. I mean, if it takes 9 pitches for you to throw a walk, it clearly shows that you're not going to throw 4 balls easily. You're going to be forced to battle. 1-1 pitch, popped it up, first base side foul. Count 1-2. One ball and 2 strikes. It's Pinch's birthday today, Blue Crabs mascot, so a number of mascots from the area are joining us. Last 2 nights have probably been the most packed Friday-Saturday duo we've had all year. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Austin Rye was 1 for 2, had a big hit earlier in this ball game, but he goes down on strikes this time around as Alex Merrithew goes low and away with a breaking ball for the out. It's the 9-hitter. Comes to the plate, Gavin Johns. He's the shortstop. He's 1 for 2, had a heck of a game. His play defensively has stood out more than anything else. He did make an error in this ball game. It was on an error from a ground ball from Joe DeLuca. But the positive have certainly outweighed the negatives from Gavin Johns, because the next time DeLuca came to the plate, there was a runner on third with 1 out. DeLuca had a sharp ground ball hit up the middle, and Gavin Johns, with a diving stop, managed to keep the runner on third base and throw to first for the out. Saved a run in the process. Later on, Jack Sundberg did drive in the runner from third, Jared Walker, but still at the time saved a run. Pitch, that's low and away. Oh, is that a called strike? No, it's away. That's count 1-1. I would have been stunned if that was a called strike. Did hear some sort of a grunt from underneath though. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. With 2 away in the top of the 7th inning. Runner on first base. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That's low and away. Count 2-1 now. Alex Merrithew's thrown 109 pitches across 6 2/3 innings. 8 strikeouts. He's allowed 4 hits. He has walked 2 now. Though in deep at bats, it's not like he's throwing 4-pitch walks out here. Merrithew's someone who prefers to attack the strike zone. 2-1. Oh, that looked good. Maybe just a little away in the count 3-1. So Merrithew now at risk of walking another batter, but there are 2 outs in the inning. Patrick Baker warming earlier. Maybe called upon for 1 out. 3-1 pitch. Foul back. Count 3-2. Baker has become the de facto 7th inning guy, with Briseño back in the 8th inning spot and Latos in the 9th inning role. Baker hasn't pitched in a long while, though. He had a bit of a discomfort, and now he's back ready to go. Was warming up last night. Sure, the Blue Crabs had to play 10. Pitch, line drive, center field. Collier took a step in, now steps back and makes the catch overhead for the final out. Ball was well struck by Gavin Johns, but Alex Merrithew works out of it. He's thrown 111 pitches across 7 innings. And the Blue Crabs will come to the plate when we come back, ahead by 2 at the Reagan Waldorf.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom of the 7th inning, it's the Blue Crabs who have a 4-2 lead over the Wild Health Genomes out of Kentucky. Genomes share their ballpark with the Lexington Legends. It's a busy operation down in Lexington. As the pitch fouled back, and the count 0-1. When you're opening 120 nights a year, it's a lot. Of course, every team in the Atlantic League plays 132, but you do have some of those crossover days when Lexington will play against Kentucky. About 20 games in each team's schedule, so lowers the total number by just the shade. Count 1-1 on Braxton Lee. Have to see what the Blue Crabs opt to do for the 8th. Baker back to the bullpen. 1-1 pitch, called strike, count 1-2. So it appears as though Baker's gonna pitch the 8th. That's the way it seems as of right now. I would be stunned if Marathon came back out for the 8th inning. 2-2 pitch that's low in the dirt. Well, the 1-2 low, now the count's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out on Braxton Lee, who is 1 for 2 tonight. Batting average all the way up to .320. The former big leaguer played with the Miami Marlins briefly in 2018. A September call-up. Played with the Cincinnati Reds organization as high as AAA last season. Pitch, hard ground ball through the hole on the right side. It's a base hit. And now Braxton Lee breaks for second as the right fielder has trouble with that ball. Moises Sierra couldn't handle it. And there's a runner on second base with nobody out. And here comes Matt Hibbert. Jamie Callahan, the new pitcher for the Wild Health Genomes, on the mound. Faces off against Matt Hibbert. Squares around a bunt. He bunts in front of the home plate. It's going to be a tough play. Callahan fires the first. It's in time. Meanwhile, Braxton Lee from second base to third base. An effective at bat for Matt Hibbert, who executes the sacrifice bunt. There are two away. Got a message from Edward Hibbert in the YouTube chat. He said that Matt Hibbert was 1 for 2 with 3 walks. You're exactly right. I had the wrong box score there. Big game for Hibbert yesterday, reaching base 4 times. As Alex Crosby comes to the plate. Crosby a lefty. So far today, Alex Crosby 0 for 3. Pitch on the ground to first. Now Lee's caught in a run down between third and home. Lee's going to try to sprint to the plate. The throw, they still got him caught. And now Lee tagged out between third base and home plate. He knew he was gone immediately, and Alex Crosby, amid all the chaos, advances from first to second. So a fielder's choice, a terrific play. The first baseman, Chris Shaw, got to that ball on the backhand, fired to the plate. And now Zach Collier comes to the plate. Jamie Callahan, a 2.70 earned run average. This is a very strong bullpen for the Wild Health Genomes. First pitch misses a little bit low. And the count 1 ball and no strikes on Zach Collier. Crosby from second base. Jamie Callahan pitched with the New York Mets back in 2017. It was brief, 6 2/3 innings, had a 4.05 ERA. As the pitch to Collier misses and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Collier 1 for 2. He roped a triple to the wall. That was back in the 4th inning. Came around and scored the tying run. Since then, 2 runs in the 6th from the Blue Crabs has given Southern Maryland a 4-2 lead. 2-0 pitch, that's low, count 3-0. Collier at the plate, Walker on deck. Count 3-0 on Zach Collier. Here's the pitch. That's low, it's ball 4. So Collier walks. It's a lengthy ball game tonight, as coming up on 9:20 in the evening. And we're still just in the 7th inning. It's not all that traditional for a 4-2 ball game, but the Wild Health Genomes struggled with allowing hits and base runners. 7 hits for the Genomes, along with 5 walks now. It's 12 base runners. Meanwhile, Matthews allowed only 6 base runners across 7 innings. Pitch, swinging a high fly ball. This one shallow left center, long run for everybody. It's the left fielder, P.A., who comes in and makes the catch overhead. Oh, very well done by Felix P.A. as Gavin Johns, Jimmy Paredes, and Felix P.A. all converge down that left field line toward the bullpen. But it is Felix P.A. who makes the catch for the final out. We go to the top of the 8th inning. It's the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs who in all likelihood will send Patrick Baker to the mound for the 8th. Stick with us.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Here is Luke Becker to get things started for the Wild Health Genomes. In the top of the 8th inning, Patrick Baker on the mound. First pitch up and in for ball 1, and the count 1-0. I think everybody expected Endress Briseño to be out in the 8th inning, especially after Latos went the 9th last night. 1-0 pitch. Upstairs, count 2-0. But not the case. Patrick Baker on the mound here in the 8th. And it's not entirely clear what the Blue Crabs will do from here? Do you go to Briseño for the ninth now? Is it Latos in the ninth? Does Latos want a day off after pitching for the first time in about 2 weeks? He's recovering from a bit of arm discomfort as a 2-0 pitch is low and in. Now the count 3 balls and no strikes for Patrick Baker. Baker has a 1.77 earned run average on the season. Blue Crabs ahead 4-2. Baker's got a little bit of breathing room. 3-0 pitch, up and away, ball 4. 4 pitches, 4 balls, 1 walk from Patrick Baker on the leadoff hitter, Luke Becker. Not the worst result here. I mean, Luke Becker's a dangerous hitter, but clearly not the most encouraging start for Patrick Baker. Blue Crabs were burned with a grand slam from Luke Becker in yesterday's ballgame. At the time, it gave the Genomes a 6-3 lead. The Blue Crabs battled back to a 7-6 lead and ultimately won the game 8-7. First pitch, called strike on a hard fastball to Moises Sierra. We know the kind of velocity that Patrick Baker can have. He can throw as hard as 100, but this year he's been dialing it back a little bit. He's been closer to 93 to 96 with more control. 0-1 pitch, that's away though, and the count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike, nobody out. I think the Blue Crabs may also go to Briseño should they need him in the 8th if Baker falters here. Baker's been one of the most consistent pitchers for the Blue Crabs this year. Breaking ball, that's inside, count 2-1. Baker's numbers were especially good at around mid-June. Had an ERA sub-1 at the time. Actually had a better ERA than Andres Briseño for a short while. Briseño allowed his first run since June 9th yesterday. As a 2-1 pitch in there for a called strike, count 2-2. An RBI single up the middle. And imagine Blue Crabs fans would hope it's nothing more than a blip on the radar. One thing about saves and save opportunities, we'll get there in just one moment. Baker set, the 2-2. Low in the dirt, a slider, and it's nicely blocked by Joe DeLuca. Count 3-2 now on Moises Sierra, and this is where you start to run into a bit of an issue. 3 balls in the count to Sierra. Back to the saves and save opportunities. One of the rules I don't like about saves versus save opportunities is that if you're in the 8th inning, as Briseño was yesterday, best case scenario for him is a hold. You're not going to get a save if you pitch a clean 8th. Now, Briseño allows the run, so the game's tied in the 8th, and he gets credited with a blown save, so he couldn't have gotten a save. He only get a blown save. Pitch, ground ball, third base line. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Extra bases for Moises Sierra. Rounding third. The throw to the plate is going to be cut off. An RBI double for Moises Sierra. Luke Becker scores from first. It's a 4-3 ball game here in the 8th inning, and still nobody out. Well, Patrick Baker allows a walk, and it's not the hardest hit of ground balls down that third base line, but it tiptoes the line, and it's out of the reach of Alex Crosby. Was playing probably 15 feet off the line. No way he was going to get there in time for that ball. And it trickled all the way to the wall and left by the time Sundberg got there. Allowed the runner, Luke Becker, to score from first base. So Baker's come in today. He's faltered. Now let's see exactly what the Blue Crabs are working with out there in left field. Briseño not up and throwing. He is up, but he's not throwing. Nick Wells has picked up a baseball. He's stretching quickly. Still no action quite yet. Mike Falsetti out there in the bullpen as the first pitch missed inside of Chris Shaw. So it will be Nick Wells who got a very quick stretch in. And now he's going to start throwing out in the bullpen. A little surprised the Blue Crabs didn't have someone ready to do that prior to the start of the inning. I mean, of course, you have faith that Baker's going to get the outs, but 1-0 pitch in there for a called strike, but just in case. And also, for the ninth inning. And it seems completely unclear what the Blue Crabs are going to do in the ninth. Do they go back to Latos? Do you go to Briseño? It has to seem as though, although we don't have good evidence of this, aside from the fact that neither one's warming up. 1-1 pitch in the dirt, nicely blocked by DeLuca, who keeps it in front of himself. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Anyway, back to the last point on Latos and Briseño. You'd have to imagine one of them's unavailable because we're not seeing Briseño in the 8th. We're also not seeing any work from Matt Latos in case he was asked to come in for 5 outs. And then on top of all of that, Blue Crabs see Patrick Baker run into trouble here in the 8th. And the option is to go to Nick Wells. 2-1 pitch, high chopper, first base side foul. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Baker finds himself in a situation where you don't want to waste the pitch, especially since you already have 2 balls in the count, already walked 1 batter, but you find yourself in a situation where you can probably throw a pitch or 2 out of the zone here and try to get him to bite. Strikeout key here. Nobody out, runner on second base. Chris Shaw with a ground out to the right side could advance the runner to third with 1 out, and that brings into play the tying run at third base with just 1 out. Sac fly, ground ball could tie it then. 2-2 pitch, ground ball foul, first base side. That's why it's so important to get that first out when there's a runner on second base, because otherwise you can at least, even if you just advance the runner to third with 1 out, it adds in a whole number of additional problems. Lefty Wells warming up in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Made his first appearance in almost a month against Gastonia. It was a clean inning. Well, he did allow 1 hit, but he struck out 2. 2-2 pitch, grounded foul, first base side. Count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. You do really have to wonder how long the leash is going to be on Patrick Baker. Leadoff walk, an RBI double. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch, call, strike, 3. Hard fastball. Patrick Baker on the inside edge. And Chris Shaw is rung up, called out on strikes, and there's 1 away in the 8th.
Now batting for the Genomes, the designated hitter, number 8, Chris Davis.
Let's run through some of the numbers in today's ball game. 1 away now in the top of the 8th, and I think that Patrick Baker would rather see somebody else in the plate. It is Chris Davis, who has 13 home runs. Former Major League Baseball home run king, had the most home runs in the MLB in 2018. First pitch called a ball, hard fastball. I thought it might get the benefit of the doubt. Either way, count 1-0. 95 on that last fastball from Patrick Baker. Count 1-0. Chris Davis, 48 home runs in 2018. Had the most home runs in Major League Baseball in a 3-year span from 2016 through 2018. 1-0 pitch, and it is low and away. A large lead off of second base from Moises Sierra, and DeLuca opted to fire down to second. Sierra chased back to the bag. Run you back through this inning, a leadoff walk to Luke Becker. That set the stage for Moises Sierra, who didn't hit the ball all that hard, but it was enough to go down the line for extra bases. RBI double into the left field corner. 2-0 pitch, that's low, count 3-0. And the ball hit by Moises Sierra just 90 miles an hour. That's not considered a hard hit ball. It's more an average or so exit velocity on a ball. 3 balls, no strikes on Chris Davis. If you walk him, is that the end of the road for Patrick Baker? Does he have a little more breathing room after getting the first down? Pitch, it's upstairs, ball 4. Nick Wells continues to warm up in the Blue Crabs bullpen. The question, do the Blue Crabs go with Darryl Thompson with a pitching visit to the mound, or looks like Baker's going to have a little extra time to work here. Jimmy Paredes comes to the plate. Blue Crabs 4, Genomes 3. Runners on first and second with one out. Question now is going to wait for Wells to throw a few more warm-up pitches and then Stan Clyburn to come out. Nope, he's still standing or sort of kneeling to an extent. He's got one foot on that top step of the dugout, the other foot on level ground at the bottom of the dugout. First pitch called strike on Jimmy Paredes. It's where Stan Clyburn always is. You can always find him on the home plate side of that dugout. Always standing, one foot on the bottom of the dugout, one foot on the second step. Count 0-1 on Paredes. Pitch, swing and a miss. Count 0-2. It's been that kind of game for Patrick Baker. He allows the RBI double. Pumps a couple hard fastballs past the former big leaguer Jimmy Paredes. And now Baker wants to talk. Situation here for Patrick Baker. He's got to be interested in getting swings and misses here from Paredes. You got a couple pitches to work with now. You're ahead in the count 0-2. You don't want to waste the pitch, but it doesn't hurt to bury one. You get low in the dirt. Have to have faith that Joe DeLuca is going to be able to block a pitch that's in the dirt. Try to get that second out. Baker struck out one. He's walked two and allowed an RBI double. 0-2 pitch up and away, count 1-2. Blue Crabs 4, Genomes 3. Blue Crabs had a 4-2 lead coming into the inning. A couple of comments in our YouTube chat. Dennis Moore, who had kind words. Appreciate that you enjoy the broadcast style here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Patrick Baker dials back and fires a past Jimmy Paredes. High fastball for the second out. And there are two away in the top of the eighth inning. As Paredes goes down on strikes, 94 on the fastball. And we've seen Baker throw again 96. He threw as hard as 100 last year. But a lot more control this year. It's been one of the big deciding factors. The differences between last year and this season, the ERA below 2 this year for Baker. Well, it was above 3 last year. He's really come in and dominated, become that seventh inning guy, but today he's run into trouble. That leadoff walk, the RBI double, all of a sudden things taking a big change. Pitch, that's low and in. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Blue Crabs catcher Joe DeLuca looked back at the home plate umpire. That's John Grasso as to say, that was pretty close. I think Grasso probably agrees it was close, but just missed the inside part of the plate. 2 on, 2 out. Blue Crabs ahead by 1. Pitch, again a curveball. Same spot, just a little bit in. Count 2 balls and no strikes. And Yuri Perez. Well, Nick Wells still up and working in the Blue Crabs bullpen. Pitch, swing and a miss. Goes to the breaking ball this time. It's low, it's out of the zone. He induces a swing and a miss from Yuri Perez in the count 2-1. Blue Crabs 4, Genomes 3. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs within a game and a half of the North Division leading Lancaster Barnstormers, who have a 6-2 lead over Charleston. Give you some updates from around the Atlantic League in a couple of moments. 2-1 pitch. Oh, a defensive swing, but he swings and misses. Perez didn't want to go around, but he started and couldn't stop. The count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs across the Atlantic League. It's Long Island over York 8-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Staten Island and Lexington even at 4 in the top of the 7th. Lancaster over Charleston 6-2, that's bottom 8. And Gastonia winners over High Point 11-5. Blue Crabs in the top of the 8th. Southern Maryland 4. And the Wild Health Genomes 3. With 2 runners on base and 2 outs. Baker gets a sign from DeLuca. 2-2 inbound. Swinging a line drive, well struck to left, back to the warning track. It's over the head of Sundberg. 1 run scores. He quickly fires into the shortstop, Baca. It's an RBI double. This ball game is tied. Scoring from third base, it's Moises Sierra who had that double with no outs in the 8th inning. And all of a sudden, the Wild Health Genomes have come up with an RBI double to tie the ball game with runners on second and third and nobody out. Looks as though Stan Clyburn is double checking that Wells is ready, and that's going to do it. Stan Clyburn makes the call to the bullpen. Was hoping that his star reliever, Patrick Baker, could work through the 7th inning, but he runs into trouble as he surrenders 2 runs. The go-ahead run on third. Still 2 in scoring position for the Genomes. That's the end of the line for Patrick Baker. Nick Wells going to come in and try to keep this game tied at 4 as the Blue Crabs have more work to do at the plate. 4-4. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Ian Yetzko, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Are you in the market for a new roof? Well, give William Richmond Inc. a call and get serviced by Southern Maryland's premier roofing contractor. Locally owned and operated, William Richmond Inc. is licensed, bonded, and insured, and has a 5-star rating on HomeAdvisor. They care about their work almost as much as they care about your home. Call 443-432-3426 today for a free estimate, or go to williamrichmondinc.com. Don't forget to mention the Blue Crabs and save 10% on any service.
Well, Nick Wells enters the ballgame for the Blue Crabs. First pitch from the lefty, called strike. It's the Blue Crabs 4. It's the Genomes 4. They put up a 2 spot in the top of the 8th inning against Felix PA. Count 0-1 in the lefty-lefty matchup. 0-1 pitch. Oh, it scares PA off the plate. It looked pretty darn close, though. I count 1-1. Numbers for Nick Wells, 3-3, a 4.37 earned run average. Was off for about a month before he played back on the 17th of August against Gastonia. An inning, 1 hit, 2 strikeouts. 1-1, just a little away, count 2-1. Nick Wells spent last year in AA and AAA across the 2 levels, an 0-3 record, but a 4.96 ERA, a 1.63 whip. Both started and relieved games in the double and AAA levels. Going back toward the beginning of the season, this Blue Crabs bullpen was stacked. Of course, he had Latos and Briseño for the 9th and then the 8th inning, respectively. But you're also working with Baker. You're working with Wells, who at the time was pitching incredibly well. And the Blue Crabs also working with Roney. Not to forget Dalton Geeky, who was the team's 7th inning guy the year prior. So the Blue Crabs had the 8th and 9th virtually set, and they had 4 really reliable options to go through for the 7th inning. But now with Geeky injured, Roney no longer with the team. And Baker already pitched. He ran into trouble, and now it's time for Nick Wells here in the 8th. And pitch on the ground, a first base foul. Count runs the 2-2 on Felix Pierre. Blue Crabs still have, theoretically at least, Briseño and Latos for the 8th and 9th. Briseño, for whatever reason, didn't come into the 8th and also didn't come in when Baker ran into trouble. And you have to understand that Stan Clyburn has a lot of trust in Nick Wells and Patrick Baker for that matter as well, but I think it's just a little surprising we didn't see Briseño. I would have to think one of Briseño and Latos is not available. Pitch, slow ground ball over to short, and Baca can't handle it. Ball gets by Baca. It's going to go into left field. It's going to score 2 runs. Oh, a routine ground ball that should have ended the inning, and Baca missed it over at short. And it's an error against Michael Baca, and it is a 6-4 Genomes lead. A 4 spot for Wild Health in the top of the 8th, and a ground ball that should have ended the inning. And have to imagine that's just going to go down as a straight up E6. Oh my, Michael Baca. A mistake at shortstop. He's so sure-handed in general, but that time around, 2 runs. Pitch to Austin Rye, foul tip in the count 0-1. And not all that well hit ground ball off the bat of Felix Pierre. Ground ball to short that should have ended the inning. Instead, a 2-base error and a 2-run error against Michael Baca. 6-4 Genomes. 0-1 pitch to Rye. It's low and in. Count 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Runner on second base. The Genomes with a big 8th inning, aided by an error. Pitch, swinging a line drive. This one well hit to left center. Sundberg races over to the gap and makes the catch for the final out. But not before the Wild Health Genomes score 4 runs in the inning. They've taken control at 6-4. Wild Health over Southern Maryland. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Michael Baca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
bottom of the 8th inning, all of a sudden the Blue Crabs have quite a bit of work to do, down 6-4. And the first pitch to Joe DeLuca. Breaking ball in there for a called strike. New pitcher is Josh Martin, who's struggled so far this season, a 7.46 earned run average. Now the 0-1 pitch. That's inside. Count 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nobody out. As we approach 10 p.m. on the East Coast. One one is up and in. Count 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nobody out. As the Blue Crabs are now behind 6-4. 2-1 pitch. Called strike. Barely paints the outer edge. Not sure DeLuca was a big fan of the call. Either way, count 2 balls and 2 strikes. DeLuca 0 for 3 today. He did have a double in yesterday's ball game. Pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. DeLuca down swinging. And there's 1 away. And now it's Michael Baca who's hitting the ball better at the plate. But a big error in the field last time up, or in the field in the last inning, which cost the Blue Crabs 2 runs. A play he normally makes with ease. Well, he's got a chance to at least do some part in redeeming himself. He can't get 2 runs back here, but at least get on base and get the Blue Crabs offense going. First pitch from Martin, wave and a miss. And the 0-1 pitch is low. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Josh Martin has played as high as the AAA level. With Kentucky across 12 innings, he has a 4.50 ERA. Previously pitched with York, where he had an 8.96 earned run average. 1-1 pitch. That misses low and away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. We can run you through some of the numbers in this ball game. After this pitch, 2-1, low and away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. So, Southern Maryland Blue Crabs went to Alex Marathew for the start. Another really, really good one from the righty. 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned. He did walk 2, but he struck out 8. Patrick Baker, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned. 3-1 pitch. That one just barely clips the bottom right corner of the zone. They count 3-2. So Baker, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Pitch, line drive, right field line. This ball falling fast. It falls in fair territory down in the corner. Baca racing for 2. The right fielder's got trouble with it. He goes to third. A stand-up triple for Michael Baca, aided by a little bit of a defensive miscue out in right field by Moises Sierra. And there's a runner on third base with 1 out. So Michael Baca heading the ball better at the plate, especially recently, and he comes through with a big-time triple down the right field line. Now the Blue Crabs, with 1 out and a runner 90 feet away, can at least do part of the work of getting themselves back within a run. Or back in this ball game, I should say. Blue Crabs can get themselves back within a run with a trade between a run and an out, a sacrifice fly from Jack Sundberg, or a fielder's choice, a ground out to shortstop to second base. The infield back here, they're willing to allow that run. Meanwhile, Blue Crabs have a little bit of action in the bullpen. First pitch to Sundberg, called strike. That's on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Blue Crabs do have some action in the bullpen. Don't have an eye right now on exactly who that is. It's a little bit of a distance from our current location. behind home plate. It's about 400 feet away. 0-1 pitch to Sundberg. That's away. Count 1-1. As soon as we get a number on the pitcher, we'll let you know. Might be James Dykstra warming up. Pitch to Sundberg on the ground to third base, or first base, I should say. Tough play at first, and it's not in time as the pitch recovering was off the bag. Josh Martin got there a little bit late. Baca doesn't move. He stays at third base on a ground ball to first. It's a good play by Chris Shaw out of field. Looked to the plate first, made sure Baca wasn't breaking, but then the throw came into first base. That was late. And now a very interesting situation strategically for the Blue Crabs. Do you send Sundberg? Do you try to get a steal of second base? I think you probably wait. I'd imagine the Blue Crabs will wait, and if Yetsko can't drive in the run from third, then you take off. But you don't want to make that second out at second base, and then you try to trade the run with an out for a sacrifice fly, or you have a fly out or a ground out, and instead of getting this ball game within one, you end the inning on a caught stealing play. Either way, Sundberg, 36 steals on the year. Pitch, swing and a miss, breaking ball, low and way out of the zone. Completely fooled on the breaking ball. Genome 6, Blue Crabs 4, but Southern Maryland threatening in a big way right now. Baca from third, he tripled earlier in the inning. Jack Sundberg, infield single, did not bring in Michael Baca, so runners on the corners and one out. Joe DeLuca struck out to start the inning. Ian Yetsko now behind in the count 1-0. Looking for the second baseman to come up in a big spot. Tossing to first once more. Very long ball game tonight in Southern Maryland. Bottom of the 8th inning. We close in on 10 p.m. The Let's Go Yetsko chants. Up and going here in the 8th. 0-1 delivery. Oh, he swings at a pitch that bounces in front of home plate. And the count 0-2. Well, that's a bad break. He's looking fastball, fastball, fastball. If either of those last two pitches were fastballs, it probably would have hit him a mile, but they're both curveballs, and it's all he's been served so far, a healthy diet of curveballs in the dirt. A couple of pitches blocked by the catcher, Austin Rye. The last thing you can look for if you're Baca is a third curveball in the dirt to go chasing. But the move right now from Martin might be set him up with a curveball twice, now fire a fastball by him. Runner goes, 0-2 pitch, that's low and away. Throw to second's a good one, but it's not in time. Jack Sundberg steals second base. And Josh Martin trying to get an appeal over to first base, and the first base umpire in today's ball game, John Lamantina, said no, he did not go around. It did not look like he went around or even close to it, but Josh Martin adamant that he did. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Jack Sundberg has stolen second base. The Blue Crabs have the tying run in scoring position. Can get back within 1. The runner on third base. Ian Yetsko, the batter. 1 for 4 today. And a single up the middle. A base hit for Yetsko back in the 5th inning. Base hit now would likely tie the game. 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Yetsko goes down on strikes. 2 away now in the bottom of the 8th. And that's going to do it for Josh Martin. Blue Crabs send Braxton Lee to the plate. Doesn't get much more dangerous in the lineup than Braxton Lee, who's been hitting, and hitting some more recently. And with that, that's the end of the outing for Josh Martin. yet to surrender a run. He's got 2 outs. He allows 2 runners to be in scoring position. When we come back, we'll break down the numbers on the new pitcher who will face Braxton Lee. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Alex Crosby, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
At Fairway Independent Mortgage Corporation, mortgages are what they do, not who they are. Fairway Mortgage Corporation is a proud partner of the American Warrior Initiative. A key part of this initiative is to educate, encourage, and inspire Americans to give back to our military. Visit their website at www.americanwarriorinitiative.com for more details. Our military fought to protect the American dream. Let's help them live it.
Luis Guzman, the new pitcher for the Wild Health Genomes, who enters the ball game in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Blue Crabs trail by 2. It's Braxton Lee at the plate for Southern Maryland. 2 on, 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch to Braxton Lee. It's a called strike, and frankly, I'm stunned right now. They're even bothering to pitch to Braxton Lee, who's 2 for 3 today. He was 4 for 5 yesterday. That makes his in-series record of 6 for 8. Blue Crabs with next to no room for error, though. Runners on second and third with 2 outs. You're going to need a base hit here from Braxton Lee. He's come through recently. Stunned they're not walking to try to get to Matt Hibbert. 0-1 pitch. Called strike. Really strong pitch from Luis Guzman, who comes in with a 2.52 ERA, and he's thrown 2 strikes to Braxton Lee. He's looked at both of them. Lefty-lefty matchup. Guzman ahead in the count, 0-2. The wave going here at the Reagan Waldorf. Here's the pitch. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, according to the third base umpire in today's ball game. That's Jim Clayton, who says that he just barely held up. Very, very close. The Genomes thought that ended the inning. Outfield way in right now. I think that they thought they were jogging in, and now they got to take some steps back. The left fielder, Felix Pierre, was about 20 feet from the infield. Braxton Lee is 2 for 3 tonight. Count 1-2 on the lefty. Lefty-lefty matchup from Sundberg from second. It's Baca from third. Here's the pitch. Low and away, it's in the dirt. The count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. A 2-run lead for the Wild Health Genomes. The bottom of the 8th inning, a very brief meeting between Austin Ryan and Luis Guzman, making sure they're on the same page. A walk here from Luis Guzman. Definitely not the worst thing in the world. If I were Guzman, I wouldn't throw him another strike. Try to get Braxton Lee to chase a pitch out of the strike zone, but do not give him another strike. Don't give an opportunity to drive in a run. End up walking him, you have first base open. Second and third, 2-run lead. Here's the 2-2 pitch, that's up and away. 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 8th inning. The 6th pitch from Luis Guzman upcoming. As he entered for Josh Martin. Again, I would not be surprised to see Guzman throw something out of the zone here, trying to get a chase from Lee. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, breaking ball low. And Lee goes down on strikes. Blue Crabs strand 2. And that ends the bottom of the 8th inning. Blue Crabs fall down 6-4 as we go to the top of the 9th inning on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
A new pitcher in the ball game for the Blue Crabs. James Dykstra enters. He faces off against Gavin Johns, who is the 9-hitter in the lineup. They'll go 9-1-2. Johns followed by Becker and Sierra. First pitch misses away from Dykstra. The count 1-0. Pitch, line drive, over the head of the leaping second baseman Yetzko into right center for a base hit. Long single. There's a runner on first base with nobody out. Now James Dykstra is making his second appearance for the Blue Crabs. His first appearance was on Thursday night at Gastonia. Inning of work, allowed 1 hit, no runs, no walks, 1 strikeout. Start of the year in Mexico for Los Guerreros de Oaxaca. Did not pitch very well, had a 7.27 earned run average, but was then picked up by the AAA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies in Lehigh Valley. During his time in Lehigh Valley, he had ERA below 5. So a significantly better step in AAA than in Mexico. First pitch is upstairs, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, it adds a significant depth piece for this bullpen for the Blue Crabs. Even if you think that 8 and 9 is going to be Briseño Latos the rest of the way, which I assume it is. First pitch upstairs, count 1-0. He's another option for that 7th inning spot with Geeky down. Then you had Roney no longer with the team. You have 2 big pieces the Blue Crabs have gone to out. So it means the Blue Crabs are going to have to look to other spots, and one of them probably right here in James Dykstra. 2-0 pitch called strike, count 2-1. Two balls, 1 strike on Luke Becker. Pitch, it's outside, count 3-1. Top of the 9th inning, 4-run 8th is the difference right now as the Genomes lead the Blue Crabs 6-4. Runner on first base, nobody out. 3-1 pitch, hard fastball, called strike, count 3-2. A lengthy ball game here in Waldorf, Maryland, between the Wild Health Genomes and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Blue Crabs 4 runs on 10 hits. Genomes only have 7 hits, but they've scored 6 runs. 2 runs coming home on an error by Michael Baca. 3-2 pitch. Runner goes, line drive, right or left field side, foul. Gets to the seats. Becker followed by Moises Sierra, Chris Shaw, and Chris Davis. Three-two pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. DeLuca now fires down to second. That gets past the second baseman and the shortstop and into center field. It was Baca who was covering. He dove for it, couldn't quite get it. Yetzko then dove for it, got to center field, but it's not going to advance. Gavin Johns past second. A strikeout of Luke Becker. There's 1 away now in the top of the 9th inning. These next couple appearances can make a big difference for someone like James Dykstra. Get him in the right state of mind for some of these opportunities down the stretch. A player with a plethora of AAA experience. Yet to ever play in the major leagues, though. First pitch upstairs, count 1-0 on Moises Sierra. Running you back through this ball game, Braxton Lee started the scoring in the first, a single to center. Drove in Jack Sundberg. Luke Becker then drove in Austin Ryan, a sacrifice fly. Moises Sierra at the plate right now. Singled into right field, drove in a run, and gave the Genomes a 2-1 lead. The Blue Crabs would respond. An RBI ground out from Jared Walker. Walker then with an RBI double. 1-0 pitch, big wave and a miss. That brought home Zach Collier. Gave the Blue Crabs a 3-2 lead. Sundberg would extend the lead to 4-2 on a single into right. Blue Crabs would hold that 4-2 lead until the top of the 8th inning. A double from Moises Sierra, a double from Yuri Perez. That tied the game at 4 with runners on second and third and 2 outs. Error by Michael Baca brought in 2 runs. That's the difference in this ball game right now. 1-1 pitch. Hefty swing and a miss from Sierra on a pitch that was out of the zone. Well, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs had a big-time opportunity in the bottom of the 8th inning. Did not come through. Braxton Lee. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Going back to that last point, Blue Crabs had runners on the corners and 1 out. Yetzko struck out. Sundberg stole second. By stealing second base, he set the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs stolen base record. 37 stolen bases for Jack Sundberg is the single season team record. 37 out of 43, so he breaks that record. He's also coming up on the Blue Crabs walk record, as he is just 6 walks away. Not to mention, he also has a 23-game on-base streak going. So Jack Sundberg doing everything right at the right time down the stretch in this season. While the Blue Crabs had first and third, 1 out. Yetzko strikes out. Sundberg steals third. Blue Crabs then had second and third with 2 outs. On a 3-2 pitch, Braxton Lee chased, and he struck out. Lee's been really good recently. 6-4 his last 9 at the plate. As the pitch is low and away, and the count a ball and no strikes on Chris Shaw. Pair of strikeouts now for James Dykstra. If you can get this kind of consistency from somebody out of your bullpen, would go a really long way. Some extra help in the 7th inning spot, giving some guys some rest, being able to rotate that spot. 1-0 pitch, upstairs, count 2-0. And a potential extra innings night, being able to be confident in who you're going with in extra innings. Also games you're trailing in. I'd still imagine the Blue Crabs, they're ahead by a run or 2. They'll go Briseño 8th and Latos 9th. Clearly not tonight. Blue Crabs were ahead by 2. Did not go to Briseño in the 8th pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. This one deep left field. Sends Sundberg back to the warning track. He's in front of the wall where he makes the catch. Chris Shaw gave that ball a ride to the track and left. But Sundberg tracks it down and he fires the ball into the left field seats. As the Blue Crabs escape a jam in the top of the 9th inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th. The Blue Crabs look to make a comeback. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Blue Crabs down by 2.
This is Ryan Haug, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Hibbert comes to the plate in the bottom of the 9th inning. The Blue Crabs trail by 2. The new pitcher, Diogenes Almengo, makes the Genomes 6, the Blue Crabs 4. Almengo enters this ballgame with a 1.42 earned run average. First pitch in there for a called strike. Count 0-1. Blue Crabs will go with Hibbert, followed by Crosby and Collier. Pitch to Hibbert, that's fouled back in the count 0-2. Hibbert 1 for 2 yesterday. He walked 3 times. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He pinch hit for David Harris. David Harris had a ground out. And came back in the 5th inning. A close play, a bang-bang play at that. But out at first base the call, and might have been hobbling a little bit thereafter. 0-2 pitch, fouled back to the netting, count remains 0-2. And so Hibbert in. He comes in for David Harris. And then from there, the Blue Crabs going with Crosby and Collier. Oh, 0-2 pitch upcoming to Matt Hibbert. Swinging a line drive, left field. PA comes in a couple steps and makes the catch shoulder high for the first out. Well swung by Hibbert, but it's right at the left fielder, Felix PA. And now Alex Crosby's got to get aboard. I guess theoretically, Collier could get aboard with 1 out, with 2 outs at the time, but Blue Crabs are going to mount a comeback. It would be tough to do with 2 outs in the 9th inning. So Crosby finds himself in a tough spot. Nobody on, 1 out. Blue Crabs looking for 2 runs. First pitch, foul back, count 0-1. Well, from there, the Blue Crabs would go with Crosby, Collier, then Walker, then DeLuca, then Baca. Gives you an idea of where the Blue Crabs are here in the 9th inning. First pitch, line drive, left field, base hit. Crosby was 0 for 4 coming in. He lines a base hit into left. A 1 for 5 day for Crosby, and an incredibly important hit as Zach Collier, who roped a triple to the wall back in the 6th inning, comes up here in the bottom of the 9th as a tying run. Meanwhile, Jared Walker on deck. We'll give you the numbers of the players who are here to follow. Collier, 1 for 2, 2 runs scored, 2 walks in today's ball game. Walker, 1 for 4, 2 RBIs in tonight's ball game. DeLuca, 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Be followed by Baca, who's 2 for 3 tonight. First pitch low and in to Zach Collier, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Runner on first base in the 9th inning. Diogenes Almengo. 6 pitches, 6 strikes. Or 7 pitches, 6 strikes. The first pitch missed to Collier. Here's the 1-0. Swinging a line drive, well hit down the right field line. That ball tails foul. Oh, he roped that ball off the bat. Pulled it just a little too far foul. Not far from that right field foul pole. It's possible that if that ball was fair, it could have gotten out. The wall in right center is very deep. Down the line directly, though, not deep at all. 325. You can pull it exactly to the right spot, but that wall extends way out in right center. Count 1-1. Pitch to Collier. That's way outside. Count 2-1. Let's go Zach Chance here at the Reg in Waldorf. Blue Crabs trailing by 2. 2-1. Popped it up in the infield. It's the third baseman who has entered the ball game, Bruce Bell, who gets under it, makes the catch. Bruce Bell enters in place of Jimmy Paredes at third base. No, I beg your pardon, it is Clayton Melbauer, our two players who are listed as 3 on this Genomes roster. It's Clayton Melbauer, number 3. Two outs for Jared Walker. First pitch, called strike on Walker, and the count 0-1. Blue Crabs have scored 4 runs on 11 hits tonight. For the Genomes, 6 runs on 7 hits. Everything held, it would be a blown save for Patrick Baker, but right now, pitch, ground ball through the right side, a base hit. Collier, I beg your pardon, Crosby goes first to third. And the tying run on first base. The winning run comes to the plate. And Joe DeLuca. Now I'd have to expect Jared Walker trying to steal second base. I would be stunned if he didn't. If Jared Walker takes off for second, you put the tying run at second base. Instead of having to get 2 hits, you need to just get 1. Well, believe me, the Genomes are very interested in keeping Walker right where he is. As far as Crosby is concerned, the only good that Crosby does at third base is scoring prior to Walker if necessary. The last thing Crosby wants to do is run himself into an out. The pitch gets past the catcher, Austin Rye. Wouldn't expect him to try to force anything. First pitch is inside, count 1 ball and no strikes. Walker stays put on the first pitch. We've seen Walker cover considerable ground in the outfield. Strong first baseman as well. He's 11 for 12 in stolen bases. Pitch, called strike, count 1-1. Surprised he's not on the move. That's to say the least. Very surprised. Almengo looks back. Walker to the bag, who's got a very short lead. Almengo works quickly too, so it's a little bit tough to get a good judge on him. Count 1-1 on Joe DeLuca. Blue Crabs trail 6-4. 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Line drive foul back behind home plate. Count remains 1-2. Well, now stealing's not going to do you much good with 2 strikes on the batter. Now DeLuca needs a hit. The Blue Crabs have 2 hits already in the inning. But the Blue Crabs down to their final strike. 6-4, the Genomes over the Blue Crabs after a 4-run 8th inning. One-two pitch, low and away, count 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for the Blue Crabs, but a 2-run lead in the bottom of the 9th inning, I should say, for the Genomes. Well, now enters Briseno up and throwing. Funny enough that we see him in case this game possibly goes to the 10th. We did not see him in the 8th inning. 2-2 pitch, just inside. It was awfully close. Count 3-2, and now. Talk about a perfect opportunity. Count 3-2. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Who's on deck? It's Michael Baca, who made the big error back in the 8th inning. The error that gave the Genomes the 6-4 lead. If DeLuca walks or gets on, no matter how, Baca would have a chance to redeem himself for that. 3-2 pitch. Line foul back behind home plate. That was the 6th pitch of the at-bat. Diogenes Almengo with his 18th pitch of the outing. Foul back by Joe DeLuca. working a deep count. Runner on first base, it's Jared Walker. On third base, Alex Crosby. Couple of base hits from the 5 and 7 hitters. 3-2 pitch to DeLuca. Line drive foul, first base side. A base hit now, anything toward the gap, this ball game would be tied. With Walker stealing, running on the 3-2 pitch. I'd imagine that Ray Ortega would probably send him in case there's any chance of getting to the plate. Try to tie this game at all costs. If there's any reasonable chance here with 2 outs. Runner goes, 3-2. That's outside, that's ball 4. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Tying run on second base, Michael Baca at the plate. Michael Baca, with the bases loaded and 2 outs, he made a critical error back in the top of the 8th inning, but an opportunity to redeem himself, an opportunity to get a walk-off hit for the Blue Crabs, or at least tie the game with a base hit. Now, if Michael Baca gets a base hit or gets a walk-off hit here tonight, it would be back-to-back walk-offs from Baca. Meeting at the mound as Eli Villanueva, who was pitching earlier in this ball game, now goes to have a chat with Almango. A little surprised we're not seeing Mark Minicozy out there for the whole defensive situation. A wave going through here at the rank during the meeting at the mound. All right, let's run back through the numbers. Blue Crabs, 4. Genomes, 6. Bottom of the 9th inning, the Blue Crabs had the tying run at second base. The winning run on first base. Michael Baca at the plate. Baca had a walk-off sacrifice fly in game 1 of this series. 2 for 3 tonight, including a double. First pitch, called strike. Looked a little bit outside, but it's a called strike nonetheless by John Grasso. Baca clearly not a big fan of it. Either way, the count 0-1. Walker, well, I beg your pardon, Crosby on third, Walker on second. It's DeLuca on first base. Walker represents the tying run. 0-1 in the dirt. Nicely blocked by Austin Rye, who is a very strong defensive catcher. We haven't seen anything get past Rye tonight. Could have been a lot of wild pitches, and he saved a bunch of bases. Rye has not hit well throughout his career, but his defensive catching has spoken for itself. He played as high as AA with the Red Sox organization. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Blue Crabs down by 2. Pitch to Baca, swing and a miss. Might have gotten a slight piece of it either way. It finds its way into the glove of Austin Rye, and the count 1-2. Rye, the former Blue Crab, was traded to Long Island before being sent to the Wild Health Genomes as Diogenes Elmongo will throw his 24th pitch of the night to Michael Baca. And what's been a rocky ninth, can he get out of it? Here's the 1-2. That's called strike 3 on the outside corner. Baca can't believe it. He goes down looking, and that ends the ball game. Blue Crabs had a couple really good chances tonight. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs had runners on first and third with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. They had runners on second and third with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th. In the bottom of the 9th inning, the bases loaded and 2 outs. They couldn't come up with a victory. We'll run you quickly through the box score along with the scoring plays And the pitching performance, let's start with the pitching performance. Merrithew pitched a really strong outing yet again. 7 innings, 4 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned, 8 strikeouts. Baker came in the 8th. He struggled 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, 4 runs, 2 earned, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Nick Wells, 1/3 of an inning. He got out of it, but he did allow an error to come home and score. Scored 2 runs at that. James Dykstra pitched the 9th inning. Pitched an inning, allowed 1 hit. He struck out 2, looked very good in his second performance with the Blue Crabs. Well, Blue Crabs have now split the first 2 games of this series. The rubber match tomorrow at 2:05 p.m. Let's run you through the box score for the Blue Crabs. Sundberg, 3 for 5 at RBI. He sets the Blue Crabs stolen base record with his 37th steal of the year. Yetzko, 1 for 5. Braxton Lee, 2 for 4 in RBI and a walk. He did strike out in that key moment, though. Harris, 0 for 2. Hibbert was 0 for 2 as well. Crosby, 1 for 5. Collier, 1 for 3. He scored 2 runs. Jared Walker, 2 for 5. He drove in 2 runs. He scored 1. Joe DeLuca, 0 for 4. And Baca, 2 for 4 tonight. That's going to do it from us here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. The Blue Crabs do not win tonight. They fall 6-4 to the Wild Health Genomes. Be back on air with you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Unfortunately, despite the 6-4 loss, we end the same way, as always, with Let's Go Blue Crabs.